Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known most days as Ron. Nice and easy to remember. We're going to stream some EVE Online today. So, without further ado, let me get that over there. What's up, Al? Good to see ya. I think I sent you an invite to the fleet. So yeah, we're gonna do we're gonna do another mining event today. What the hell, right? Since I canceled out on you guys for the one, figured what the heck, we'll go ahead and try another one. So I see Blue Gray's out there. Maybe I'll try and send him an invite. Nope, he's already in a fleet. It said that Sean is already in a fleet as well. So yeah, so we'll catch up with them later. But let's go. I think we were on 6 yesterday. So let's go ahead. Let's pick up on 6. Pick up where we left off. Pick up where we left off. See what's going on. $15 days, 16 days. Okay, got to get that stuff out of there. All right, and I think I need to make a run back to Venolin. Asteroid belt 7-6. Let's go there.
Warp drive active.
Seven, 6. I thought Jackson was going to join us. So there's no rats here, but there is still some some asteroids, so that's good. You know what? Let's turn these off. I'm going to reload these. I'm going to reload these. Good God, they take forever. I should have reloaded them before I started, so sorry about that. Get the extra range. There, reload. Reload. Compression's up, but without the mining boost, probably can't reach the asteroid, so get a little closer. There we go. Now there's a ground. Omega just locked off. Alright. Booster up. Alright, now we're cooking with gas. Now we're cooking with gas. Oh, you know what? I didn't fill up the fuel bay. Hate when I do that. But that's alright. I got that covered. Got that covered. So yeah, Al, how you doing today? Cherry Can, how you doing today? Oh, there's Jackson. Good to see you, Jackson. No worries about being late. I understand. We're here. That's the compression. Compression's working. Just woke up from a late nap. I understand that. I just woke up from my overnight nap. I need to start getting up earlier. So I got my dailies. Easy peasy. I paid for one, but a little crazy at the end of the day. I understand that. I'm not going to shield boost anybody, so.
Make it so.
Make it so. There you go. Make it so. I was like, okay, I didn't see it. What's up, TehMabe? Good to see ya. Thanks for being here. Good to see ya. There's that. So I got the dailies for both of them. Baba boom, baba bing. Tomorrow's a new month. We'll get started on some others. SeanWonderMan. Hey, I sent you an invite, but it said you're already in a fleet, Sean. Chillin', chillaxin'? Yeah, chillin', chillaxin'. Sean, I'm gonna send you another one. Yep, says you're still already in a fleet. So let me know when you're out of the fleet, Sean. I'll send you another one. TehMabe, you're welcome to join us as well. We are in Eufine. My love for Bond is like a red rose.
Bond is like a red rose.
Sorry, I completely lost my train of thought there. So, Drew was moving with Corp earlier. No worries, you're all good. I don't demand exclusive rights. I'm balls deep in no sec. Yep. No worries, no worry. You're always welcome. Always welcome. Always welcome. Always welcome. Alright, compression's working. I got boost up. I collected my dailies. I just did that, so I don't know why I didn't notice that I just did that, but that's alright. That's alright. Tomorrow's a new month. So we'll get sending you an invite, Jackson. Hopefully you're logged in. You might not see it. Let me know if I got to resend it. Should be good now. All right. New invite's on its way. There you go. Yep. Should I come bring the sexy boost back? That's up to you. Whatever you want. I got this one out here. I can always swap it out. I'm flexible. Whatever you want. If you want to just mine, you can do that too. All right. We'll see you in a minute. There you go. There you go. That's what we like to hear. How's mom doing? That's what we like to hear. So I have to admit, my plan was to wait till Christmas. Oop, crap. Drop my rice cake. Floor screen. 3-second rule. Legomaniax, good to see ya. Yeah, my plan was to wait till Christmas and get a second year via the Plex, sale thing. But honestly, that sale you guys showed last night, that looks almost too good to pass up. %40 off. Can't remember what I got. I don't want to be Omega'd for more than 2 years, just in case they decide to go out of business. But yeah, that's what I'm looking. Yeah, Drachenhort had it in there as euros, which that one I can't do. But I'm gonna go out there and look. I'm gonna go out to. I can never remember the Marquee Dragon. I'm gonna go out to Marquee Dragon and see what they got. Booster up. All right, cool. I'll get swapped out. All right, you guys come back. Return to drone bay. $144 for a year. I have to see what I paid. Yeah, so I think that was cheaper. $12 a month. Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking at Christmas it's going to be cheaper, so I might wait till then. Like I said, I'd have to look and see what it was when I bought it. When I bought it, I got it for, I think I paid for 8 months, and I had both of my accounts for 1 year. So 8 months normal price. So I think $160 for the two. To get 2 accounts registered. So they got some other games in here on Marquee Dragon that I didn't know about. This Dual Universe, I never heard of it. Chunk Survivor. Yeah, $144 for 12 months. Yeah, and I'm thinking, I think I paid $160 and I got 2 accounts for 12 months. Because what I did is I bought the Plex. The Plex was on sale. And then the Omega was on sale. So I bought the Plex and applied it to the Omega. Yeah, these don't really show any big sales. You need a double discount. Yep. But the 12-month is figuring in Plex in the pack, yeah. Yeah, and that's what these... So the Marquee Dragon doesn't seem like it has the 1,000... Yeah, it's not given the 1,000 Plex. It's just given the 12 months. So yeah, so it must be It must be only on EVE Online, not on any of the subsidiaries. So let me check that out. Yeah, there once was a ship that put to sea. Okay, Patrick Stewart.
There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew up, her bow dipped down. Oh, blow, my bully boys, blow. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Yeah, so the sale is only on... The sale is only on them. They're still charging the 144, but they're giving you 1,000 plex also, which, like you said, is another 3 months. But crap, I wanted to see on EVE Online. What am I doing? No. I wanted to see what my last one was. $850 for 2 years. There you go. It's like $950 a month per year. Yeah, like I said, the one we got the couple, I think, was like $6, $7 a month. Log in. I can remember what my password is. All right. View order history. Yeah, so what I did is I bought 6,000 plex for 186. And with the 6,000 plex, I was able to give 1 year to each of my accounts. So that was definitely better. Now, like I said, that was a Plex sale. I got the Plex on sale from Marquee Dragon, and then I used the Plex on EVE Online to take advantage of the Omega sale through Plex. So, yeah, so it was double dipping. Seth G. Stewart, what's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? Lania Montgomery just logged on. I think that's Kickin, isn't it? I think. Yeah, that's Kickin. He's not in the late night. Yes, sir. There's Kickin. There's Kickin. Just don't try that with John Wick. There, double dipping. Just don't kill his dog. That's the one there. Which, frankly, is something you shouldn't do to anybody. Let's just be honest. Alright, I'm gonna go swap this guy out since yeah, you're not in the late night one. I guess if you're not, there you go. You're in there now. I guess if you're gone for too long, it automatically kicks you out, but I didn't realize that. Because Jackson got kicked out too. Or it never kicks me out. Of any, I got way too many channels because I've logged into a whole bunch of people that don't seem like they log in anymore. So I probably need to quit some of these.
Docking request accepted.
DLH, good to see you. We're out here mining if you want to join us. Kickin', we're out here mining if you want to join us. You're always welcome. Jackson's doing the boost, so super sexy boosts. Way better than mine, though my skills are getting close to being full. I want to put some fuel in here so that I don't forget. Come on. There you go. There you go. There's a ground, Monty. There's a ground.
I'm too sexy for my hair.
Too sexy for your hair. Too sexy for your hair. No, I don't want the Pro Raider. I want the Hulk. Hulk. So, yeah, speaking of Hulk, I don't know if you guys saw Hulk Hogan died last week. He really wasn't that old. It's kind of sad. Kind of sad. Kind of sad. Well, I'm trying to scan out for ice mining date, or I would. No worries. No worries. You're all good. Everyone is welcome. No one is required. Alright, let's go out here. Let's warp to Jackson. Action Jackson. Action Jackson. Comes in threes. Yeah, I hear ya. I hear ya. I'll be there momentarily. Alright, let me get you an invite. Malcolm Jamal Warner from Cosby Show. Yeah, I did see that. Malcolm Jamal Warner. Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing, you know. We only hear about the famous ones when they die. You never hear about anybody else. So, Ozzy Osbourne, yes. I did see that. We were actually, where were we? We were in a government office and they had a TV on. And we saw the Ozzy Osbourne one. And my wife didn't know who that was. She said, he looks familiar. Yeah, he definitely should look familiar. Definitely should look familiar. Ozzy Osbourne. Alright, so we're going to switch it up. Nope, that's not what I want. Unlock. Unlock. You think by now I would have learned how to do this, but obviously not.
Action Jackson.
Action Jackson. Action Jackson. So yeah, so on a funny note, my wife and I we mentioned yesterday, we watched that catfish, social catfish. There are people who help people who've been scammed, romance scammers. And, I mean, some of them are just really, really, I don't know. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but the one woman, I mean, she was not attractive in the slightest. She was super old. And she was talking to Johnny Depp, or thought she was talking to Johnny Depp, and was convinced that Johnny Depp was in love with her, and she's sending him money because of his Amber Heard, you know, his trial with Amber Heard and how he lost all the money with that, and he needed money. And I'm just like, I'm too sexy
for my hair.
There you go.
Too sexy for my hair, like Jackson Sinclair. But he's a role model, and you know what I mean. As he boosts our skills in our brains out.
It's good to have you back. Yeah, at least the Patrick Stewart one sounds like him. The Arnold Schwarzenegger one really didn't sound like him. Oh, we got rats. Alright, lucky for me, I got drones. I got drones. Cool, that was a good one. Kind of glad I'm not getting boosted now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that puts it in a whole different light. Whole different light. You can't unhear that. Can't unhear that one. Can't unhear that one. That changes things. That changes things. That changes things. But yeah, we were just, my wife and I were cracking up because this woman, she was convinced that Johnny Depp was in love with her and needed her to send him money. She sent her whole life savings. And even when they showed her that it's some guy from Nigeria, she still would not believe them. No, I know Johnny loves me. And I'm like, woman. I mean no disrespect, but come on. Come on. Come on. That's just crazy. That's just crazy talk. That's just crazy talk. There's Mismo. Mismo joined the corp here recently. Why is it always Nigeria? Yeah, Nigeria or Ghana. I actually have a friend from Ghana, and he's like, yeah, my country gets a really bad name because of all these scammers. Yeah, I'm like, yep. But yeah. I mean, this other woman, she sent $200,000 to a guy. Didn't tell her husband. She was married. Talking to this guy, sent him $200,000 over the course of like 3 years. So she didn't send him that all at once, but yeah. And then she really didn't feel bad about it to her husband when he found out that, you know, she had put him in debt and sent $200,000 to this guy. She kept thinking, he's going to pay me back. He's going to pay me back. And I'm like, seriously? But yeah, I think the reason it's Nigeria and Ghana and those is because we can't do anything about it. Even when they find out where they're from and all that stuff, they have to actually go over to Nigeria and work with the authorities over there to try and do something about it. And most times they don't care. So it's like the is doubters in Jita. There you go. Yep. The spammers. Yep. Yeah, it cracks me up. It's like, come on. See, that's a problem. I've been getting spoiled by the porpoise because I don't have to watch my cargo on the porpoise. So send me 100 million and I'll send you back one. But yeah, well, and like this guy, the one that he thought that she thought he was going to pay her back. He sent her a check for $7 million, but it was made out to him. And so he said, I'm going to come visit you. I'm going to cash it and I'm going to pay you back. You just hold the check, put it in a safe someplace. But it's not even a legitimate check. That's what these guys said. Hey, take that check to a bank and they'll tell you it's not a legal check. And so sure enough, she took it to a bank and they were like, yeah, this isn't even close to being legal. And even then she still didn't believe it. Well, I'm sure it's some kind of confusion or something. I'm sure the bank obviously didn't know what they were talking about. It cracks me up when DRB tries to give money away in Jita. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, never a dull moment. But yeah, I just, I feel for the people because I'm like, and she's like, well, I got scammed. This isn't my fault. And I'm like, you did get scammed, but you didn't tell your husband that you were sending $200,000 to this guy. And that is kind of your fault, because he was thinking it was like a couple $1,000. And so then when he found out how much it was, he's like, what? And I'm like, yeah. And of course, they blindsided him on a live stream, which I told my wife, this is wrong. They shouldn't do this. He's like, I want to blow my brains out. I'm like, there you go. The guy, I think at one point he got angry. He had to leave the house. I said, if he hits her on live stream, you guys are going to be liable because you set this up. I like those kind of reveals you need to do off. You know, you can video it and then edit out any of the, so you can edit out any of the bad parts if it goes belly up. But yeah, I was like, yeah, but they did it. She revealed to him how much she had lost on a live stream. He had no idea, and I'm like, oh, that is so wrong. That is so wrong. If you brought me on live with some people I don't know and told me you lost $200,000, hold please. Like, what? But yeah. But anyway, why was I talking about that? There was something about the catfish that I wanted to mention again. I don't know why. And now I can't think of it. They never believe him when he says it's theirs. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, that's the problem, is because there's so many scammers there, you know. And the worst part is that whole, what do they call it? The thing where you buy the codes. That whole thing has kind of made it easier for the scammers to get away with it. It's like come on, guys. Yeah, there was some reason I brought up catfish, and I don't know why now. Oh well, that's the nature of my existence now. Is I had an idea, I had something I wanted to mention. And now I lost it. Now I lost it. Hypernet, yep. Yeah, I think that's actually enabled the scammers. So that really shows that CCP is kind of behind it. They like the scammers. But yeah. It's all good. But yeah, there was something about catfish. That was why I brought it up. Oh well. Hopefully it'll come to me in a minute. Let me look back through the comments. Maybe I'll see it in there. Oh, I know what it is. So anyway, there was this other one where the guy thought he was talking to Jennifer Aniston. Now, don't get me wrong. Jennifer Aniston's on my list, okay? So, you know, I would love to think I was talking to Jennifer Aniston, but come on. This guy was actually not a bad-looking guy. He was, you know, fairly intelligent. He had a good job. He was still working. He wasn't retired. But he was sending money to Jennifer Aniston. And I'm like, seriously? But I mean, the way they set it up, it actually kind of made sense. She invited him to her birthday party. And they said, well, you know, since the people that I invite to my birthday party, I asked them to make a donation to my charity. So, you know, I kind of need to ask you to make a donation to my charity since that's what I asked everybody else. And so he did that. And then she told him that the tickets were like $300. Of course, the charity website was not a legitimate charity website. It was some website they gave him, which looked like a charity website, but wasn't. And then at one point, I think she had him sending him gift cards, which, like, as soon as they ask you for gift cards, you know it's bad. Mismo, good to see you, buddy. But anyway, where I was thinking about it is Jennifer had actually sent him a voice message. And when they checked it out, they found out it was done by something like Tangia, where somebody had typed in what they wanted it to say, and it said it in Jennifer Aniston's voice. And they recorded it and sent him that recording. So he thought, oh, well, that's Jennifer. Sounds like Jennifer. And they said, yeah, there's all kinds of things on the internet where you could do
You're
that.
awesome.
So. Kick, and thanks for the gift sub. He's back. Mismoboy, good to see ya. Congratulations. But yeah, and so he thought he was talking to he thought he was talking to Jennifer Aniston, and actually we saw there were a couple on there that was Jennifer Aniston. The poor girl, her identity's always being stolen. But so it wasn't Tangia, but it was something like Tangia. But yeah, they used it to do a deep fake, and that's where he was convinced that he was talking to Jennifer Aniston because she sent him this voice recording, and so. But yeah, used it maliciously. We get people in the mart all the time, almost weekly, buying gift cards. Yep. Yeah. I mean, that's gotta. I mean, and that's kind of my thought is if they're asking you to buy a gift card, there is no legitimate person that's going to ask you to buy a gift card. Okay, so it's just, if Jennifer Aniston wants your money and needs your money. She's going to have you do a wire transfer, okay? She's not going to have you buy an Apple gift card, okay? Let's just be honest. That should be a red flag, and that should be like a neon red flag, okay? But like I said, I think they prey on the older people because they don't know. But yeah, and you cannot convince these people they're getting scammed. I know. There are 1,000. And even this, when this social catfish shows them this person is from Nigeria, I mean, in this case, he thought he was talking to Jennifer Aniston. He's talking to a 20-year-old guy in Nigeria. They got his IP address. They got everything. And I think they even did something where they got him to log into their bank account site. So then they kind of were able to turn on his webcam so they could see who it was. And they showed him, hey, buy me a gift card. Exactly. But they showed him, hey, this is this 20-year-old guy. This is who you're talking to. And so he was a good one, though. He actually said, okay, I kind of knew it was, there were some red flags. But he was like, but I really wanted to go to Jennifer Aniston's birthday party. And I'm like, I'm with you there, buddy. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah. But yeah, gift cards. Send me an Apple gift card. And like the Johnny Depp one. Same thing. I mean, she was hooked. She was buying non-tangible tokens from him, I think. Which was a little bit different. I had to actually look up what they were. But so that was a little bit different. But yeah, anytime they say send me a gift card, it's kind of like, that should be a really red flag. But Serpent Power, so that's the other one. I said, and that's the weird part, is to this day, you still have people falling for the Nigerian prince email, okay? And, I mean, I can't fathom it. I'm like, even with all the publicity it's gotten, people still follow it. Yeah, non-fungible token. It's a artwork that is severely elevated in value that you can buy, and it gives some kind of, and then it's a tradable currency. And so I don't completely understand it myself, but yeah, supposedly that's what the Johnny Depp one won. Can't be turned into money, right? But it's worth something. So I think what they do is they sell them, so I think the whole Hunter Biden thing, that's what he was doing. Yeah, they're kind of collectible. It's more of a rich person's kind of game, So yeah, but yeah, it's kind of cracks me up because it's just like, how do you fall for this? And so, but there's still people to this day falling for the Nigerian prince emails, and it's like, come on. I mean, that one's been publicized till, I mean, I can't imagine anybody hasn't heard about that. Like, hey, whatever you do. But once again, Nigeria, And unfortunately, that's where a lot of these romance scammers are. Nigeria and Ghana. And so, but yeah. And that's what they found out with this one. Yeah, I think he was in Ghana. The 20-year-old guy pretending to be Jennifer Aniston in Ghana, taking this guy's money, and so he was he's like, okay, you proved it to me. Thank you for that. I'm gonna, stay off the internet, blah, blah, blah. Where the other ones are like, Yeah, I don't believe you. I still believe Johnny Depp's in love with me. Like, really? I mean, this woman, I'm sorry. I do not mean to be disrespectful, but she was not attractive at all. Okay? And this is Johnny Depp. Okay? I mean, there was another one. I guess there's an actor from Stranger Things, a young guy, young 20-something actor who's dating a supermodel. And he started one with this other woman who was heavyset and convinced her that his supermodel girlfriend was controlling and he wanted out and that he was in love with her. And she sent him a whole bunch of money too. So Janet Jackson, there you go. There you go. Now see, Janet, that's another one I could kind of fall for, okay? You know? But once again, I look in the mirror and I'm like, yeah, I don't think Janet Jackson wants to be with this. I really don't. She has her pick of much more lucrative people. Same with Jennifer Aniston. Like I said, Jennifer Aniston's on my list. But so what's the rate, right? Yeah. But yeah, so in this case, I mean, she sent him all this money. And, you know, and he was convinced her he was going to leave his supermodel girlfriend. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And she was another good one where at least when they showed her that, no, this person's from Nigeria, she was like, okay, thank you for confirming that. I'm going to block him. But like this other one that lost to $200,000 and never told her husband. She still didn't want to block the guy. He's like, well, if I block him, how's he ever going to pay me back? And the woman on Social Catfish was like, he's never going to pay you back. He sent you a $7 million check made out to him that was fake so that you would keep sending him money. He's never going to pay you back. And they were just like, yeah, she's like, but if I block him, how's he going to pay me back? And I'm just like, yeah, they're way nicer than I would be. I could not do that because I would be like, look. Oh, and that was the other thing. The woman who lost the $200,000, she kept saying over and over again how smart she was. You know, I'm smarter than most people. You know, all the husbands, she was on her third husband. All the husbands I've had were all intellectually below me. And I'm like, you don't say that, number one. And then she loses $200,000 and her husband said, yeah, he said, I only have an 8th grade education, but I'm not losing $200,000 to anybody. And I'm like, nail on the head, buddy, nail on the head. Because I'm like, if you keep trying to convince people how smart you are, you're not that smart, you know? She related to a certain government official we know. Exactly. It's like, come on. It's like, if you got to tell people how smart you are, you're not smart. And then the other thing is, if you're telling people how smart you are and you just gave somebody that you've never met, never ever talked to on the phone. Actually, that's not true. She did talk to him on the phone. But that was the other thing. His voice was definitely West African, his accent. But she was convinced he was Mexican. But of course, the picture that he's showing you is a white guy. So I'm like, either way, it doesn't match. Maybe she was married to Dunning-Kruger. There you go. Yeah. That's it. That's it, kicking. I have a brother that is one of the most intelligent people I have ever met. And I don't know how he gets his shoes tied in the morning. I really don't. He has zero common sense. And for that perspective, it's like, come on. And so, yeah. I mean, he literally one of the smartest people I know. He's got a master's degree. But some things are just kind of like, I say to him and he's like, well, I never thought of that. And I'm like, you never thought of that? It's common sense, you know? But yeah, some people just don't have common sense. And this one, I'm like, there were red flags all over the place. But that's what they do. They talk to them, they get you emotionally invested, and then they start preying on you. But like I said, the one woman, The guy told her, I don't remember which one it was, but the guy told her as soon as he said gift card, she hung up on him. And I'm saying, good for her. And then like a day or so later, she reached back out to him and apologized for hanging up on him and sent him a gift card anyway. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? She felt bad. And I'm like, oh my Lord. I mean, because that's what I'm thinking. Anybody who asks you for a gift card, I need an Apple gift card. I need to pay my electric bill, and I need an Apple gift card. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. And somehow they convince them. So like Lego was saying, they're coming into the mart all the time and picking up gift cards, and they will not. No matter what you tell them, they're not gonna believe they're being scammed. No. This is one of my best friends. Yep. I feel for him because, you know, I don't understand what gets you to a point there where you think it's okay to swindle your fellow man for things. I don't know how you cross that line, you know? Because these guys, it's a business. I mean, they're making money, you know, some of them are making money hand over fist if you're good at it. And they've got 5 or 6 people on the hook at the same time. So that's why when they say, hey, I'm going to block you until I think about this or I get it checked out, they're like, okay, I got 3 other people that are sending me money, so no big deal. And they never ever, a lot of them, they said they don't send the money directly to them. They send it to somebody here in the States, or here in the States, there in the States, since I'm not in the States anymore, but they send it to somebody there in the States who's a money mule. So that way the first transfer shows it's going to somebody else, so they're not really connected. And then they send it to somebody else, and kind of like the way they do banking schemes, where they move the money to multiple bank accounts over and over, so it's hard to track. And I'm just like, man, somebody's really put a lot of time into thinking about if you just worked for a living, you could probably make just as much money. Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, I never got $200,000 from anybody by working for the man. So, you know, maybe not. But yeah, I don't understand what has to be broken for you to think it's okay to scam old people out of their life savings. That just seems really wrong to me. But there's a lot of people doing it. A lot of people doing it. Serpent Power, good to see you. Let me give you a shout out, buddy. I forgot to do the shout out. You guys aren't following Serpent Power, give him a follow. He's a really good PvPer. I've even learned a few things from him. I haven't used him because I don't PvP very often, but if I ever get caught again, I'll know a few things I can try. It's thanks to him, so thanks for that, Serpent Power.
Serpent Power.
Serpent Power. I need to put the Emperor on there. Unlimited power. That's a good one. SeanWonderMan, good to see ya. Yeah, so we're out here mining. I missed the mining event this week because of a power outage here in the Philippines. So to make it up to you guys, my viewers that I love dearly, we're going to mine the rest of the week, every day. So we're out here doing another mining event today. If you guys want to join us, we are in Ufine. It's high sec in Galente. Very laid back. Nobody bothers us here. Oop, that's Veldspar. Well, we're probably going to have to do Veldspar here in a minute. Oop. So yeah, so we're in Ufine, which is in Galente space. Preparing to jump from Jita. Be careful going through Civila and Udema. If you're going through those, that's when I come that way, that's how I go through. And those are notorious gank points. So yeah, keep an eye out there. Are you mining the usual spot? Yes. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Sorry, replying on the wrong account, but that's all. They're all good. They're all good accounts. Let me get you an invite. Invite to fleet. That's what we want. Come on, go away. Yeah, everybody's welcome. We got boost going. Jackson's doing the boost, so they're super sexy boost. 124% range. Almost negative 50% duration on your miners, and almost negative 50% on your crystal validity. So those are pretty awesome.
The asteroid
Save me my crystals, which is always good. Always good. Always good. So special thanks to Jackson for boosting. We'll get a couple hours out of him. Yep, nullifier's loaded. That's good. That'll help. That'll help. But yeah, it really floors me. The people falling for the Nigerian prince emails, the catfish ones. Like I said, I understand the whole emotional thing. You know, you get emotionally invested in, like this guy. He was like, if it's Jennifer Aniston, you know, I really want to go to her birthday party. I'm like, I'm with you, buddy, but I'm not gonna pay a couple $1,000s to go to Jennifer Aniston's birthday party. Let's just be honest here. It ain't. She's on my list, but it ain't worth it. It ain't worth that much to me. And I think at one point her manager supposedly was talking to him, which they found out was of another account created from the same IP address. Yeah, it was just saying if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. So staying till my last load of laundry goes in the dryer, so it might be more than 2 hours. All right, you're welcome as long as you want, Jackson. There's a low-sec island system next door with a lot of stations. I think of checking out for PI. Yeah, so that's where I'm doing my PI, is in Alcine. And it's pretty quiet. I have one of my characters, one of my alts doing them over there. Not all of them, but just one. And it's been pretty quiet. Now, I say that. I don't want anybody to get killed, so losing ships is psychological torture. So I hate losing ships. So but yeah, that's where I have one of my characters doing PI over there, and it hasn't been a problem yet. But I am going in there, grabbing the PI, and getting out as quick as possible. But it's usually pretty quiet. I see there's a clone station that might be viable. Yeah, Jackson. Jerry Can. Sorry, Jerry Can. Sorry, Jackson. Jerry Can had found a free clone station that is close to Ufine. Unfortunately, I don't remember the name of it. So I'm going to have to look around here one of these days and go find it. But yes, there is a player-controlled station that's, I think, 1 or 2 jumps from Ufine that gives free clone jumps, which is definitely worth it. Yeah, because that's $1 million. That's just short of $1 million a pop. I think 900,000 pop a jump. And so yeah, if I can find a free one, that's worth it. So yeah, that's where I have the one I'm using here. So what I think if I go to that station and jump from there, it won't cost me. And so I just got to make sure that whatever ship I take over there, I always have a ship waiting there. So when I jump back, so. But I do have to check that to see exactly how that works. So It may be that it still charged me for the first jump because I'm jumping back to another station near Venelin that charges. And then when I jump back, it'll be free. I don't know which way is free. But I think there's also a station in Hogamo, which is one jump from Venelin, that is free. Or discounted, I think. And so, yeah, so I need to look into that. But yeah, anything that saves money is always worth it. That's always a good one. Jadzia's online. So I said Jerry Can's name, and Jerry Can arrives. He's probably coming on so he can tell me where that station is. Thanks for that, Jerry Can. I apologize. That wasn't what I meant. But thank you for that. Sorry, eating my rice cakes. Thanks to Jackson, I have a mining implant. Oh, there you go. I have it in the clone and the matins and use it when I'm here. Yep, that's what I do too. No worries, kicking. Oh, gotta eat. Yeah, I do gotta eat. It's very hard to maintain a physique like this without eating. I am actually losing weight, which is good because I wanted to lose weight here. But yes. I'm afraid if I lose weight, then my wife might not love me anymore because she fell in love with this fat guy. So, if I get skinny, she might leave me. Ads are on, sorry. DLH. Oop. That's weird. There we go. Oh. I'll wait for the ads to end before I carry on anymore. DLH is talking about ice mining. I said, yeah, every once in a while we do an ice mining one. Not very often because we don't need the heavy water that often. We've got tons of it. But yes, every once in a while we'll do one. We normally get enough ice to cover us for, 6 to 8 months.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right. We are cutting through this belt. Cutting through the belt. EveTare, good to see ya. I think blue is what I've done, but that's a good question. I think I've done white as well, but I don't remember which one I need for the heavy water. It's been quite a while since we've done it. And it may be that blue and white both give the heavy water. I don't know. Each jump freighter uses one of them. Yeah. Oop, I guess blue is probably not the right thing to put in the search bar. Yeah, that's not going to work. And plus, I'm doing it on the wrong tab. You guys can't see. So, never a dull moment there. Let's say blue ice. Yeah, Anshar uses blue. Yeah. Yeah, so it's got 69 heavy water. Jackson's number. Let me see what the white ice does. Oh, no white ice. I thought there was white ice. Let's just try ice. Ice, baby. Jadzia logged off. So I need a wife like that. There you go. My wife bought me an Ashtar for Valentine's Day. Yeah, you're not kidding. I need a wife like that too. Hell, I would be happy with a wife that actually plays games and doesn't think they're stupid. Alright. Ice harvesting. Drone. Azure ice. Blue ice. So that's it. Azure ice. Which is just another shade of blue, to be honest. No. No, that's completely different. Really? Yeah. Yep, that's it. Icebox free there it is. Thanks, Jerry Can. Junzerant. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. Somebody else was saying they're building in Junzerant, so maybe that I'll take care of both. SORAERT. Now, Icebox. Icebox, baby. Thanks, Jerry Can. You are awesome. Been married 25 years and I build everything in games, so she is a happy camper. There you go. There you go. There you go. Been married 25 years. Congratulations. The wife and I are working on 19. We just celebrated 18 back in May. F is the key to hit. I can't think of the key. She got ganked and we didn't have the is to replace it, so I built a replacement. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Every time I get ganked, I build a replacement. So yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I build what I fly, so that way I don't have to worry about it. I build what I fly, so then that way I'm always doing okay. Oop. Too many. Thanks again, Jerry Can. You're awesome. Yeah, somebody else was saying they do their building in Junzerant. Their manufacturer, so maybe that'll work out. Maybe I'll work it out and get both of those set up. So ever since then, 2006 September, she's one day older than me in game. That's awesome. Yeah, my wife's 2 years older than me, which is a rarity here in the Philippines. And I never let her forget it. But it actually caused us problems on our paperwork. Because the people at the embassy were kind of like, why would he marry you when he can get an 18-year-old? You know, she was in her 40s. And so, she said, without missing a beat, she said, "'Cause he loves me." Yeah, I think we probably should. I think Kickin's right. I think we need to bite the bullet and set up a pause. Because, yeah, we could do some mine. We could do some mine, some moon mining, some mine mooning, some mine mooning. We could do some moon mining. And, yeah, that would be pretty good. Jackson can run it. There you go. That sounds like the best news I've heard all day. No, I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. Cut to the chase. Oop, I'm about to run out of space. Wasn't quick enough. Wasn't quick enough. Damn it. Oh well. The ice box. The ice box. I am definitely gonna have to check that one out. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna say set destination. I'll drop something there so at least I don't forget. I'll be like, why did I drop something there? They didn't remind me. But yeah, I feel bad for the people that get scammed. I really do. Because a lot of times they're targeting specific people. But then again, some of it is, you know, after you realize that we all lose. Nobody's perfect, right? We got scammed by our architect, right? So I technically I don't think we got scammed. I think he provided us what he said he'd provide us. He just had no idea that it was incorrect, which, I don't know. I think that's probably worse. And of course we were clueless, so we had no idea. Luckily, we found a builder that was like, hey, this is not right. But, you know, so yeah, so it happens to all of us. So I have the Tech 1 originals for many of the ships, everything battle cruiser and below, half the battleships. Yep. And then I do the invention on the Tech 1s to build the Tech 2s, because about everything I fly now is Tech 2. But I'm still too cheap to buy it off the market. And so then I do the inventions because I have a whole bunch of research agents from way, way back. And Falstaff's been around since when Eve started. So 2003? I think it was 2003 is when he was born. I'll check here in a second. Yeah, 2003. So yeah, Eve went live on Memorial Day weekend 2003. He was born in September. So yeah, I don't have a whole lot of rig ones, and I haven't built any T3s. So but the T3s, they're a little more entailed. A lot more components. But that would probably be next. And I say that. I think there might have been one T3 I built, but I can't remember what it was. But yeah, the rigs, I have a couple rig blueprints, but not very many. Flycatcher, head gates, the cruisers, there you go, yep. But I buy those, yeah. Yeah, see, I try not to buy anything. If I find a ship that I want, I may buy a BPC and build it off of that. The only one that I did not do that way was the Astero. Because the BPC was more expensive than just buying it outright. And I would have still had to build it. So I was like, okay, well, forget that. Oh, crap. I don't know if you guys lost me there for a second. My internet looks like it bottomed out for a second, but it's back. I always verify what's cheaper, ship or market. Yep. Yeah, I found that 99 times out of 100, the building it's always going to be cheaper. It just takes a lot more time. And time is something I got in abundance. Especially now that I'm retired. Praise God. So. But yeah, there are, like I said, the Astero was one where it was not cheaper to build it. It was definitely more expensive, which I could not figure out. And then I think I won one off of a Narcos' stream. And so that worked out even better. Then I didn't have to buy it or build it. So. And I can't remember the last time I flew it. So some folks sell them cheaper than I build them. Yeah, there are always, yeah. And I actually sell some of the ships that I build as well. So the Pro Raider is my favorite ship, and I fly it around the most. I build extra of it and sell them because I make a lot of money on it. I think I can build them for about 80 million, and I sell them for between 140 and 160 million. So that's like 100%, almost 100% markup. So, but like I said, I don't do it that often, and I only sell 2 or 3 at a time, so it's not like, you know, but it keeps me, that's how I keep my cash flow going. So yeah, here lately the market has been really fluctuating. The materials are high and the finished products are low, which is not good. So
The asteroid is depleted.
yeah, I do PI, so I don't like to buy anything. So when I have to build some tier 2 ships, I do the PI for those builds. Yeah, but I have sons to support in game too. There you go. I got a super acetyl scooped entropic disintegrator BP, one run that I haven't seen any of the components available. Wow, I've never even heard of that. I wonder if it was one of the things from one of the events. And maybe that's why the components aren't available anymore. Yeah. I buy the reaction components. Because the reactions you need a special station to do. And if we set up stations, I may end up setting up a station that'll do reactions. Because I think that would be good. But yeah, that has to be in a special station. And that's just too much work. And they don't even, I haven't even seen any of them really open, player controlled ones open for that. I think they might have to be in low sec, which I try to stay out of low sec anytime I can. But yeah. So yeah, I usually buy the reaction components. Because that's just easier. But yeah, the PI, I have all of my accounts set up on PI. I got 5 tunes across 2 accounts, and I have them all set up for PI. So when I need the PI, I just go out there and kind of mass produce a bunch of stuff and use that to build whatever I'm working on at that moment. And then I just don't reactivate it until the next time I need something to build something. So like now they're all sitting idle. I never sell any PI. That's when somebody said you should probably sell the PI, and that's a good money maker too. But think I might start mining gas and making drugs. There you go. There's a lot of people. I mean, that's very lucrative. Those, yeah, so I don't, like I said, I don't sell any of the PI, so I don't know. But so I'm currently in the process of building Avalanche, which is a capital freighter. And I needed a whole bunch of capital ship components for it, which all required PI components. And so I used all 5 accounts to build the PI for that. And then I found out that the last component I need to build, I didn't have the skills for. But yeah, I don't sell it. But that's one thing I've thought about maybe trying to do, because I could make a lot of money selling it. But that gets into, you know, the price, the market prices fluctuate so much that that would probably piss me off more than anything. But yeah. But yeah, I'm actually kind of anal about not buying anything if I can help it. I buy the reaction components or the reaction materials because I don't do reactions. And then I think I bought some of the other ones, but for the most part, yeah, I don't. Did you get my nicks done? You'll have to remind me, Kickin', what's your nicks? We were talking. I was supposed to build one for Al, and I forgot about it. And I actually did build it. I just haven't brought it out here yet.
Message.
Somebody's texting me. I'm sure it's the smart plan. Yep, smart. He put a smiley face on it, so maybe he's making a Nix is a Gale super carrier. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not done that one yet. Kick-in. I'm working on it. Go ahead and send the gift cards. And as soon as I receive them, I'll get it for you. You can trust me. Gift cards. Yeah, that's my thought. As soon as somebody says, hey, send me a gift card, talking to, you know, Johnny Depp, hey, send me a gift card. No, I'm done. Send me a gift card. Yeah, no. Come on. Like I said, we've always heard about those people that they come to you and they tell you they've got the perfect investment opportunity and you need to wire them money or write them a check and, you know, and label it as a gift and do that kind of stuff. And, you know, I think I find them more, I don't know, honest. I think honest is not the right word, but maybe more honorable thieves. Because at least they're doing it through a wire transfer or a check, you know. They're not scamming you by asking you to send them gift cards for, you know, $500 1,000 times, right? Because that's what happens. A lot of these old people, they send like 1,000 gift cards over the course of several years. And it's like, that's crazy. I mean, come on. First of all, just the travel time back and forth to Walmart to buy them all. I mean, that's what keeps Lego in business, right, Lego? One for the gift cards, right? But yeah, you can't convince them. Can't convince them. But yeah, it's in the mail. It's in the mail. Nix is the super carrier. I'm going to have to look at the Nix. See what it takes to build. I'm sure it's way beyond my ability. But maybe it's something to shoot for. Oh, that's a nice looking ship. I like that ship. Now that's probably one of those ones that you gotta build in. You can't build it in high sec, right? So capital propulsion engines I build, capital sensor cluster I build, armor plates I build. I don't know about the battery. Shield emitter I build. Drone bay I build. Construction parts, maintenance bay, corporate hangar. I don't know about those ones, but honestly, they don't look like they're that bad. Now, let's see. I got all the skills. There you go. Well, you know what? You know what, Kickin'? Just because I love you, I'm going to work on one of these. One of these for you and one of these for me. Magnometric FTL interlink communicator. Now that one I'm pretty sure is... That one's going to be a... That one's probably going to be a problem. Self-harmonizing power core, broadcast node. These are all PI stuff, so those are PI. These are ones I've already buy. Carbon resin, photonic metamaterials, yeah. Some of these others I don't know. Somebody... Oh, we got rats. Oh crap, I'm sitting here daydreaming and you guys are defending us. Totally uncool. Target is no longer available. Oop. Compress. Excellent job on the defense.
The asteroid is depleted.
Oh, Reagan's sitting over here not mining. What else is new? Well, I had a nickel every time Kragan stopped mining. All right. Thank goodness for the mentally challenged, keeping me employed for going on 2 decades. Yeah, I feel bad for them. I really do, because they're targeting them on purpose, you know. And I think that's wrong. But you know, there comes a point where that's not what I wanted. There comes a point where you gotta, you know, listen to somebody, or you know, when the guy at Walmart's telling you you're being scammed, that's a pretty good sign. You know, he didn't know you from Adam. And like, he's trying to help you out, hey. But yeah, but when I heard that about the gift cards, I'm like, seriously? People are sending them gift cards? I mean, how do they convince them that the gift card is, you know, what is Johnny Depp going to do with a damn Apple gift card? I mean, come on. I mean, yeah, I don't get it. But God bless them. Like I said, in our case, we got scammed by our architect, so I really can't, you know, can't say anything about it. It's happened to me, so yeah, so from that perspective, you know, it could happen to any of us. But the romance ones, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. This one... And actually, so this was a good one. So we watched one, older woman, kind of heavy set, not the most attractive. She's dating this bodybuilder, talking to this bodybuilder, but he showed her his, you know, what looked like his real picture. He was a black guy, a Nigerian guy. He said he was in Ghana. He told her he was in Ghana. Turns out this guy, when they checked him out, he was legitimate. He was a legitimate businessman in Ghana who just liked white women, and he wanted somebody mature. So she was, you know, like 20 years older than him, so she was mature. And so, yeah, so from that... But yeah, And so that one really floored me because that one turned out to be legit. And the guy was a good sport about it because they checked him out and everything. He got on a call with him and talked to them, gave him his business names, and they were checking those out. And so, yeah.
The asteroid is
But they said, you know, in the course of our, you know, thing, this may be like only the second time that we've actually found one that was legitimate. And so, yeah, which I thought, well, that's pretty good. I like to see that. And then I saw another one where they actually went after them. So one of the people from Social Catfish actually went to Nigeria and worked with the Nigerian police to actually try and bring one of the scammers to justice. And so that was a pretty good one too. They didn't show a whole lot of that because of you know, privacy issues and things of that nature, and they had to be safe. But it was several months ago, and they released it, you know, several months later. But yeah, but so those are pretty good. At least they're trying to make a difference. But on the same note, they've had people pretend to be them and contact people that were scammed in order to scam them a second time. So like the original scammer scams them out in a romance scam for $30,000, and they finally realize, okay, I got scammed, and they block them. So then that same scammer creates a social catfish fake website or fake profile and reaches out to them and says to them, hey, we can get your money back. If you pay us, you know, $5,000, we can go out on the dark web and get your money back. And they get scammed a second time. And I'm like... And so that's what these social catfish people were saying. Yeah, we don't charge anybody for our service, ever. You know, they're making money off of ads on YouTube and everything else, and they have donations and that. So my wife won't let me have a mail order bride. So that's a funny story. My wife, when she first got to America, her first job, one of the women referred to her as a mail order bride. And my wife, without missing a beat, said, thank you. And she came home and told me, I'm like, that wasn't a compliment, sweetheart. She said, oh, I didn't know. I was like, okay. There's Abigail.
Did you poop this morning?
Yes. There's Abigail. My goodness, you're hot. There's Abigail. How are you? How are you? Mwah. How are you? Yeah, it's good to see you. My goodness, you're hot. You need to sit here in the air conditioning and cool off. Yeah, you're hot. My goodness. Yeah, go cool off. Go cool off. Go lay down on your bed. On your bed. My goodness gracious. Yeah, so, yeah, woof woof. Abigail says hi to everybody in her antisocial way. But yeah, yeah, kind of crazy. But they said, yeah, they actually, I guess they get a lot of hate mail because they're actually helping people, you know, stop these scammers, or at least, you know, stop giving them money. And of course, the scammers are not big fans of them. That's what one of the guys said. He said, yeah, when I go to Nigeria, I'm not a popular guy. He said, the only people there that seem to like me are the police. And some of them I'm not sure even like me, you know. He said, and I stand out like a sore thumb, you know. And I said, yeah, I could imagine that. But yeah, I was like, kind of like saying, you know, saying you're going to do a war on being a politician, saying you're going to do a war on drugs and then go into a drug-riddled area, you know? Like, yeah. But yeah. But we've been, it's a shame, we're enjoying watching them, I think, from the perspective of it's like, it's educational. Because now, even if there was a possibility that I might fall for something like this, now that I've seen this kind of thing, it's like, yeah. And I met, just to be clear, I met my wife online, okay? But the first thing I did, we met online in a chat room 20 years ago, a little over 20 years ago. And the first thing we did was get out of the chat room because the chat room was horrible. But we got out of the chat room and we started talking on Yahoo Messenger, and I sent her a webcam so that we could talk, you know, so that we could do video chat, because I wanted to make sure, you know, yeah, playing Canasta, yeah, I wanted to make sure she was real, because I was like, because I had seen what's that movie? Crap. Why can't I think of the name of the movie? The crap. The guy's gonna get married. Good night, Mismo. Take care. The guy's gonna get married. Hangover. I saw all the hangovers, right? I saw all the hangovers. And so, and one of those hangovers, you know, they're in Thailand, and, you know, that woman looked like a woman, but she didn't have woman parts, you know? And I'm like, so I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. That's possible? I had no idea. And so I'm like, okay, well, I need to confirm. We need to do video chat. I need to, but like some of these, that one woman, the woman that sent the 200,000, I think she did talk to him, but they had never done a video chat. But she had talked to him on the phone, and he had convinced her that his accent was Mexican, not South African. And as soon as she played the recording for, you know, for the catfish people, they're like, no, that's definitely West African, you know, like clear as the nose on your face. And she's like, oh, I have Africans that are in my church, and they don't sound like that. And I'm like, no, all the Africans that were in my church sound like that. So, yeah, you know, my buddy who's from Ghana, he's been in America for over 20 years. He still sounds like that, you know? And I'm like, but yeah, it's kind of like, so yeah, she was one that no matter what, she was going to deny it. And it was like, and I really feel for those kind of people, because it's like, because yeah, Bond was like, show me what you got. Yeah, there you go. Middle of the video chat. Show me your goods. Yeah. No, I just wanted to do video chat, because then I knew she couldn't be fooling me with this fake picture, because she sent me this picture and she was smoking hot. And I'm like, okay, she's never been married. She's almost 40 years old. So I'm like, how's that possible? You know? So I was figuring I was being scammed, and I'm like, hey, before I get too invested here, you know, I sent her, they had the Philippines here, you know, they catered to the whole Filipino wives thing. So they had a service here that you can pay, and they'll send chocolates, or they'll send roses.
Show me the goods, baby.
Yeah, show me the goods, baby. Or they'll send a webcam, was one of the options you could add on. So I sent all three. I sent chocolates, roses, and the webcam, and was like, here, have your nephew hook this up, and we'll start video chatting. Because from her perspective, I want her to know I'm real too, that I really look like the picture I sent, you know. If that's what you're into, which I still couldn't understand. Because that's one of the things I asked her right off the bat. Why would a smoking hot woman like you want anything to do with me? And so, and she was also to the, hey, you're in America. God bless her. Show me the goods, baby. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is it's, and like in this case, this woman was talking to this guy for 3 years and never video chatted. And like I said, there was another one I think we saw. They were talking for longer and had never even had a phone call. Just texting. And I'm like, you know, there's a saying, you can't fix stupid. I'm not trying to call the people stupid, because it is an emotional kind of, you know, they get you emotionally invested. But I'm sorry, if you have not even talked to the person on the phone, I mean, like I said, video chatting was really where I drew the line. I was like, no, I need to see you. I need to make sure you're real. So I'm like, no, Call me a skeptic. But I need to see you're real. Because this could be really, really damaging for me. But yeah, met my third and fourth wives on the internet. There you go. There you go. I actually dated after I got, well, while I was separated, I dated several women, several American women, and they were all so much like my first wife that it just was a huge turnoff. And so that's when I realized I need something different. And that's when my buddy, he's married to a Filipina. We met playing Eve, and he doesn't play Eve anymore though. But yeah, we met playing Eve, and he's the one who gave me the chat room, and that was the chat room where he had met his wife 5 years earlier. They met 5 years earlier, and he had got her to America and they were married for like 3 or 4 years, and he said, "Here, use this chat room." It was a horrible, horrible chat room. Just horrible. I mean, the people in there, I had women, probably maybe not even women. I had people offering to do things that I had to look up because I didn't know what it was. I was like, just to bring them to America. Like, if you bring me to America, I'll do this. And I'm like, I don't even know what that is. Like, but yeah, it was. And so, yeah, she was the only, I probably talked, like I said, between 20 and 30 women one night. What I thought were women. They might not even been women. But she was the only one I wanted to talk to again. And so yeah, we took it out of the chat room and did Yahoo Messenger for the better part of a year. So I thought you were setting up Jackson and I with some good wives. If you guys want good wives, we got lots of nieces. We got lots of nieces. There's a lot. So the women here outnumber the men 5-1. So there's a lot of single women here. A lot of single women. There are a few that have kids, that are single and have kids, which that's your preference if that's something you don't mind. But yes, if you guys want, I could definitely track down some that are single without kids, single with kids, single with a husband. I guess that's not single, but yeah. Because there's no divorce in the Philippines. So if they got married, then they're going to be married forever. But you can, typical Filipino thing, So as we talked about with my, Kickin wasn't here, but as we talked about yesterday with my cell phone thing, is if you can't meet the legal requirements, just give us extra money, pay 3 months in advance, and you'll be good. So, but yeah, in the case of that, it's they don't have any divorce here in the Philippines, but if you have enough money, you can get what they call an annulment, where it never happened, and so yeah, so. With an American sugar daddy, they can probably afford an annulment, so that it'll get them out of that bad situation. So we have a niece right now that is dating an American, and she's married, and I think he's planning to help her get that annulled. Of course, they've been married like 20 years, which I think in America, if you're getting an annulment, it's got to be within a certain time period. Not here in the Philippines, for any amount of money. You got a problem, if you got enough money, you can fix it. Doesn't matter what it is. You got a marriage problem, you pay a lot of money for an annulment, you get it fixed. Even though there's no divorce, we'll still let you be, take care of it. You just got to pay more money. So yeah. And that's what happened with my cell phone. Hey, they wanted my ACR card, which I don't have. And that was a whole nother story. And so, yeah, so from that perspective, they were like, okay, well, since he doesn't have an ACR card, we're going to need 3 months in advance. And I'm like, okay, so why, number one, why do you need the ACR card? They're like, well, so you don't take off. I said, well, even if I have an ACR card, I can leave the country at any time. It's not keeping me here in the country. So, and furthermore, if I take off, the cell phone's not going to be used. So, okay. So, you know, so you're not really out, you know. And they said, but, and once again, if I pay 3 months in advance, how is that protecting you? You know, granted, you guys are getting paid for 3 months, but you're going to get paid for 3 months anyway. The whole reason I want a monthly plan is because I want to have something that continues on and I don't have to worry about loading every day. But, yeah. Logic is another one here that is not always prevalent. So, and as my wife always reminds me, there is no logic, there is only money. Exactly. As my wife always reminds me, you know, she says, you're not in America anymore, because that's what I said. I started laughing when she said, oh, you're going to have to pay 3 months. And I said, in America, we'll give anybody a cell phone. Anybody. All you got to do is pay for the 1 month. We'll give anybody a cell phone. I think they do credit checks now, so there is some problems there. But even then, you can just sign somebody else's name, for crying out loud. Here, the cell phone has to actually be registered to you. And so that's where the problems come in, is in order to have it registered to me, I guess, they wanted an ACR number. And I think that's to kind of cut down on the scamming stuff. Now, they don't have a whole lot of scammers here in the Philippines because, well, scammers, romance scammers, let's call it, or, you know, because the phone, once you get the phone number, then they have, that's registered with the government. And so they know exactly who owns that phone number. And that's the person that's responsible. So if you were able to prove, you know, if the social catfish people were able to track it to the Philippines and give them the phone number, they could prosecute them. And so from that perspective, I think that's probably why they don't use their cell phones when they're doing their scamming. They use the internet. And so they'll lure a guy in from Filipina Christian or Filipina singles and talk to him forever, get him to send them money, and then ghost them. And so, but yeah, but no logic, just money. Yeah. So yeah, but I don't know, from that perspective, I don't know how me paying 3 months was going to solve the government problem. So, but I was like, okay, I mean, you know, I'm planning on keeping it for 3 months anyway. I'm planning on being here for the rest of my life. So what does it stop anyone from just getting an unlocked phone and a Google voice number? Exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing. I think if you have a SIM card here, the SIM card, they have 2 providers here, Globe and Smart. And both of those providers, they register with the government. So yeah, you're right. You just get an unlocked phone and use a Google voice number and you're good. Which would also kind of work out from a scamming Americans perspective, because you could set up the Google voice number as an American number that just forwards to your phone, and that would actually probably work out better because you know, it's going to look like you're in America, and most people wouldn't be able to figure out you're not without doing like a voice over IP lookup. So yeah, but my problem here is that I'm dealing mostly with Filipinos, so I need a Filipino number. So for instance, when I order something off of Shopee, which is their Filipino equivalent to Amazon, when I order something off Shopee, they need a number. When I order from Jollibee and have it delivered, or McDonald's and have it delivered, they need a phone number. Everything's tied to a phone number here. Our mobile banking, which that's all they have, is mobile banking. There's no online banking. There's just mobile banking. There's no app for the web. There's only an app for your phone. They do everything on their phone. And so yeah, so I need a Filipino number because all that's tied to the Filipino number, which was the problem. Now that I've got this plan, of course, they gave me a new number. And I have all these things tied to my other number, which was the pay-as-you-go, you know, the load. And so now I've got to get them all switched, which is a huge nightmare. Because to get them switched, I have to have both numbers active so that it can text the one and say, hey, somebody's asking to switch this number, are you okay with it? So you got to say yeah, and then it's going to text a new number to say, hey, we're setting up, you know, we're changing the account to this number, are you okay with that? And yeah, it's, which I think we do in America as well. So, but, and of course the phone that I have, God bless him, the phone that I have, I don't know if you guys can see that. The phone that I have is an old LG phone. And it's capable of 2 SIM cards. But the tray, the SIM card tray that comes with it when you buy it, only has a slot for 1. You have to buy a different tray in order to put the second SIM card in, and then it'll read it.
Thank you.
OBN Games, thanks for the follow. And so, but the problem is since it's an LG phone, they don't sell LG phones here, ever. Because LG doesn't make phones anymore. It's hard to get. I could have got it in America. I didn't, because I really wasn't planning on using this phone. But now that I'm here, really need that second SIM card slot. So I'm going to try and see if I can find it on Amazon or someplace and see if I can get it shipped. Because if I get that tray, then I should be able to put both SIM cards in the one phone. And then once the load runs out on the other one and I get everything transferred over, I can forget about it and no big deal. But yeah, it's just everything. We had a Filipino guy that was in the stream yesterday, and he was saying, yeah, everything's tied to your phone, so that's a big deal. So all right, so I think we were working on these guys, weren't we? Let's try those. Reagan. Reagan's over here working, but not really working. All right, we're down to the Veldspar. We're down to the Veldspar. So yesterday we cleared 7, and we're on 7.6 now. So we're gonna go down to 7.5 whenever we switch. But just FYI, because 7.7 probably hasn't fully respawned yet. So, but you guys are tearing it up. We really don't have that many here. There's only 5 of us, but we're still tearing it up. Still tearing it up. Will my ship keep mining if I log off? It will not. So what will happen is when you log off, your ship will teleport to a random point in space that you cannot be found in after so many seconds. It'll teleport. It'll warp to a random point in space. And then when you log back on, it'll warp back to wherever you logged off. So it will make you safe. But yeah, it won't keep mining. So no worries about the 3 jumps away. You're good. We're gonna be here for a while yet. We still got at least 2 hours left. So I started a little late this morning. So sorry about that. I talked to a buddy of mine, actually my Ghanaian friend. I talk to him every Thursday morning. And so yeah, so we talk weekly, and I talked to him before the stream. This is 8:30 my time, is 7:30 p.m. his time. So that was the time we found that would work out. So yeah, and unfortunately that went a little long this morning because we didn't get to talk last week because of all the power outages. So we had a lot to catch up on. But yes, it'll warp you to a random. I don't know how it figures it out, but it warps you some random point and removes you from space. And then when you log back on, you'll come in at that random point and warp back to wherever you logged off. But it makes it so you're safe. So. And that works like when you're in a wormhole or something like that. You can kind of log off in a wormhole. And it'll warp you to someplace safe. that they can't scan down. But it, like I said, it's so many seconds. So you hope to be in a Hulk for tomorrow. There you go. There you go. That's what I was looking for. I have some Hulk BPs. I just don't think I have enough to build them at the moment. Actually, let me check. Come on. Yep, I do have a couple. But yeah, I'm severely low. Yeah, so the Hulk is a tier 2, so it takes components. So I'd have to build the components. And I'd have to build the Coveter. Which that wouldn't really be a problem. I think I have a Coveter available. I just have to take all the fittings off of it. But yeah, I'm short on some components. So those would all I have the blueprints to build all of those. I just don't have them built at the moment. So, and it'll also take 1 day and 16 hours to build. So that wouldn't be by tomorrow anyway. So 2 days for Expo Prospect. There you go. All right. All righty. That's weird. Wonder why that didn't impress. It's weird. But yeah, so alright, so that's concentrated. Let's do another one of those. So yeah, we're down to the Veldspar. Down to the Veldspar. I hope you like my cutie. Hope you like your cutie. You're gonna have to elaborate on that some. Not sure what you mean by that. It was a vanity buy. Oh, okay. No worries. Jackson is known for those as well. The only I was gonna say I don't think I bought any skins, but I did buy skins from Kickin. But I think his are the only skins I bought. And he made some for our corp. So yes, if you guys like, and those of you that are in the corp, there are some skins for the Hulk and the Retriever and the Mackinaw and the Coveter, I think, that Kickin has made that can be bought. They're actually the Silver Wolves one, which is what's actually on this Hulk here. No, it's not on this Hulk here. Why is it not on this Hulk here? Maybe it is. Yep, no, it is on there. It is on there. It's just the lighting here. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's just the lighting in this system must be really crap because it doesn't look like that on there. But yes, it's skins. It's the Silver Wolf Hulk that's on there, made by one of Kickin's characters. So thanks for that, Kickin. Yeah, these are the only ones I bought. But yeah, those of you that are in the corp, yeah, see, it's all based on the lighting in the system, and that lighting is not making that look good. We got one Veldspar, one that's way out there. At a long last, I've arrived. There you go. We're just getting ready to move to a new belt, so you perfect timing. Perfect timing. We're about to finish this one off, and we're gonna move to a new belt. So. That's a cutie. Oh. Yeah, I closed my cargo and then didn't notice that it was going. Yeah, so you need to swap that out for your mining ship. Alright. It kind of looks like a Harbinger from a distance, which is a really nice battle cruiser. Or maybe a cruiser. Can't remember. Nope, this is for gas. There you go. You might be able to use Jackson's Fleet Bay to be able to change your modules. I think that'll work. I haven't done it in a while, but
The asteroid is depleted.
supposedly that's one of the things you can do with an orca or a porpoise. Sorry, I won't make it. No worries. No worries, DLH. You're all good. Yeah, we're going to do the mining event tomorrow as well. Since I missed it on Tuesday, we'll do it Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So, oh, ads are on.
Is depleted.
So we're going to go down to 5 next. So 7-5.
The asteroid is depleted.
We mined out 7-7 yesterday. So that's why we're not. Normally I think we go up, but yeah, we're going to go down today because 7-7 probably hasn't respawned yet. It usually takes a couple days for it to fully respawn. Couple downtimes. And actually, after Kragan gets rid of a couple more of these roids, I'll send him to check out 5-5. 7-5, excuse me, 7-5. So. But what else? I was telling you guys I got a memory chip that's burned out or something. I took them out. I rearranged them. Still shows that I only have I have 32 gig is what I'm supposed to have in there. 8 times 4. But it's showing me I only have 26. Right? 26. I think 26. And unfortunately they're paired, so I can't tell which one's bad. So I'm using that as an excuse to say it's time for me to buy a new computer or build a new computer and evaluate my possibilities of doing that here in the Philippines. So I have checked out a couple of the malls. They do have computer shops with pieces that I can order online and pick up. So that's kind of nice. Unfortunately, the closest mall is 2 hours away. But we do seem to be there once a week, so not a big deal. But yeah, so I'm going to start looking into that and trying to figure out what. So have you tried taking out just one DIMM at a time and seeing which one might be bad? Yeah, that's the problem. They're paired. So the way my motherboard works is they will only work if they're in a pair.
The asteroid is
So when I take out one, it automatically makes the other one not work. So I can't tell if it's the bad one or it's not working because of the other. So yeah, I really need to just put 16 in and see if it gives me 16 or 8. Or, you know, that kind of thing. Because the other possibility is it's actually not one of the chips. It could be one of the slots. And so you can just, yeah, so that's what I would do is 16. So I put 2 in at a time and see if it registers as 16, then I know the 2 high slots are good. If it only registers 8, then I could still have a bad chip, or I could have a bad slot. One of the high slots could be bad. So yeah, but the problem there is if it's a slot, yeah, I won't be able to tell which chip is bad. I'll just be able to tell which pair has the bad chip. So, because they are not, the 4 chips are not the same. I have 2 that are one type and 2 that are another. And they've got to be matched by parity and everything. So yeah, so honestly, it's probably more work than it's worth it. Obviously, one of them's bad, so. Yeah, no, this motherboard does not. It's a paired, and so yeah, the way the DIMMs are set up, they're only paired. So, well, and maybe that's the case. Maybe I misinterpreted it, but I had actually, I've always had, you know, 2 chips. So this one, like I said, it's got 32 gig of memory is what I got in there, and but where was I headed with that? So yeah, so maybe I'll try one, see what happens. So maybe if it's just one, it'll work. But if you do more than one, then they got to be paired. I don't know. But yeah, I'll take a look at it and see what we can figure out. But yeah, it's not a huge deal. It's running fine. I have way more memory in it than I need, so I'm not using any of the memory. I'm not doing anything that requires a whole lot of memory. Most of my stuff is dang. So yeah, 4x16. Yep. Almost every board made has paired slots, 1 and 3, 2. That's what this is. Yep, but you can still run off one. Okay, I'll try that. I honestly don't think I've ever tried one. So yeah. So from that perspective, that's a good possibility. They're actually made. They have the same manufacturer. They're G-Skill chips, but they're 2 different types. So I have 2 that are one type and 2 that are another. They're all 8 gig, but I think the parity is off on one of them by just a little bit, or 2 of them just by a little bit. So that's why I can't pair those ones. So they're red and black. So I have to keep the red ones together and the black ones together. And so yeah, but yeah. So okay, I'll give it a try. Yeah, I'll give it a try. Thank you for that. Yeah, because I've never tried it, so it was kind of like, and I didn't even notice it. I didn't have any degradation in the computer. Oh, I have the manual. Yeah, I save everything. I'm kind of a pack rat that way, so I have the manual in PDF for that very reason. I have the manuals for every single motherboard I've owned for the last 20 years. Still, you know, which is kind of ridiculous. But I always file them in the archive, because before, when we were in Kansas City, I still had pretty much all the motherboards for the last 20 years. It wasn't until we moved here that I had to get rid of stuff. And so, but yeah, so I have it. And like I said, when I read it, I thought it said it had to be paired, but I could have misread it. And I've never tried it with one chip. So yeah, it's worth a try. So you won't notice if just one dies when you're using that much RAM. Yeah, and that's what happened, is I had no idea. I was looking at those mini PCs, you know, those mini PCs. Well, it turns out they've actually got higher specs than what I have in this, which is phenomenal. The video's higher, you know, I don't think they had as much memory, but they could be upgraded to that much memory. And it was just kind of like, well, what the hell? Why am I not using one of these? And they said, of course, if you're a gamer, those mini PCs have a problem with cooling. So even though they have a high-end video card, it's not a big, my video card, you know, takes up a whole PCI slot. And so, actually, it takes up 2 PCI slots. And so, from that perspective, it's got fans built into it and all that. So, their video cards don't have that kind of, it's all onboard video. So, even though it's considered higher than what I have, it's not meant to be used for high-end gaming because it'll overheat. And so, so I was looking at the mini PCs and I was trying to find out the specs of this one so I could compare. And that's when I noticed that it said I had 26 gig of RAM, and I said, 26 gig of RAM? That's not right. And so yeah, I was like, and actually, let me correct that. I have 64 gig of RAM. It says I have 48. 48? It's missing. I have 6 like Caviar said. I have 4 16 gig chips, and one of them is not working. So I'm down to 32. It says I have 32. Let me check that. That doesn't sound right either. Because 32. Yeah, let me check. System. Yeah, installed physical memory is 48 gig. Which is not right. That would be 12 times 4. And they don't make 12 chips, so the ones that I use are these simple asteroid mining crystal type A1. You can actually use the miners without a crystal, so that's kind of nice, but the crystal kind of gives you a little bit extra throughput. But this one, there was an evaluation. One of them mines them to get rid of them, I think, and one of them, you know, and yeah, there's some explanation to it. But these are the ones I think that do the best, you know, level, because you're always going to have some right there, lost residue, and so this one levels it out. There's one that does all lost revenue. There's one that does no lost revenue, but it's slower. And then this one kind of does the balance. And so that's the word I was looking for, balance. And so, but it also hurts my head to think about all the differences. So that's why I just do it that way. So, but yeah, my old Dell had 24 gig, 2x4 and 2x8. Oh, that's a good point. And so, I don't know, maybe that could be, maybe I got 2 16s and 2 8s. That would be 32, so that could be. Yeah, I had them out, and yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's what the different colors are for. Maybe I have 2 8s and 2 16s, so maybe it is right. Maybe I don't have a bad chip, and I'm just an idiot, which could be, so. But yeah, these are, I'm only using tier 1 crystals. I don't think there are tier T2 crystals. Oh no, there are tier 2. I did not realize that. Is that new? Did that just come in one of the recent ones? Because I wanted to build tier 2 and I did not know. I was looking for it and everybody said, oh, there's only tier 1. So all right, so Kragan's done with his asteroids. I'm going to compress and I'm going to send Kragan to 5 to check it out. We're going to go 7-5. Check it out. And depends on the ore. Usually for high sec, just running the B crystals will get you the most IS per hour. The ore isn't available, so having waste isn't a big deal. For rare ores, people say you should run an A crystal for less waste. Okay. Yeah, I was always thinking less waste is what I wanted. But A crystals don't pull as much cycle, so you could make IS as fast. Okay. Yeah, because my thought is always less waste. But I guess if you're doing generic ones, it doesn't matter. So all right, come on. Ah, crap. I ran out of space again. I tell you, this is getting ridiculous. All right. These guys are way too far away. So I got a couple rats here. But nothing major. Now they're closing. Now I got their attention. Stripping high sec doesn't matter about waste. We just want to soak up as much ore as fast as possible. You'll never run out of belts. That's true. Well, that's funny you say that. But I remember when we were mining in a Matins, we ran out of belts because the other corp took them all. so technically, but that was one. We just moved to another system and it was just as good. So yeah. So like you said, we never ran out of belts. So 7-5 is clear. Anybody who wants can warp to me. Whenever you mine the last things, you don't need to warp to me now. So Al, I'm not sure how the free clone bay works. I'm going to try and figure that out later today. I'm not sure if it works when you're going. So I have clones in Venolin that I'll be jumping back to. I'm not sure if it works when I go to Venolin or if it's when I come back here, if that's when it's free. So that's what I need to figure out so I can explain it to you guys. Honestly, I thought the clone stuff was all fixed, and so no matter what, you were going to pay it. But turns out not the case. So, but if you're doing null anoms, or where you have to wait for the belt to respawn, then run a crystal so you get as much ISK as possible out of the one belt there. Okay, that's cool. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. All right, stop. Stop in the name of love. Alright. Press before we run out of space again. Oh, we're on the last one. That's too far away. Oh, I can actually. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get it. 44. Unlock. Unlock. Not doing that one. Jackson, if you want to start shutting down. Did I miss singing? Yeah, you did. I have my industry set up in Junsort. Yeah, and that's where that free one is. So yeah, that's what I said. I heard somebody had said they had their industry set up there. So yeah, I've already got Kragan at the next belt. So 7-5, and he's mining, and he's already cleared it. And he's already salvaged all the stuff. killed the rats, salvaged the rats. I didn't clean up the cans, though. The cans are too far away. I'm gonna pack it in. Sounds perfect. Are you cutting out? Or are you gonna join us in the next belt? Because I can pull out, I can swap Falstaff out and get him pulled out. That's the last one. And whatever works for you works for me.
The asteroid is depleted.
Next belt for a while. Okay, cool. So I'll guard you back. And then if you want, you can actually do a fleet warp. Did I make you boss? I bet you I didn't. Yeah, I'm going to make you boss. If you want, you can do a fleet warp, and that'll take us all there, so no worries. Yeah, we'll just swap them out. I was worried I was going to run out of coffee, but I haven't even finished my first cup. And that's with me getting up early today. It's kind of crazy. All right. Yeah, so you didn't do Fleet Warp. You left us here. That's okay. I'll do Fleet Warp. All right, so let's do... We're going to warp to Craig. I'm going to do Warp Fleet to Member. That way we don't leave anybody behind.
Active.
Probably should have checked to make sure nobody had any drones out. No, no drones. Good. So you guys are coming with me whether you want to or not. I used the fleet tab. Yeah, it didn't warp us. It just took you. It's all right. I understand. I'm always a wicked stepchild. Nobody wants to take me with them. Nobody wants to take me with them. All right. Deal. We're back in business. Back in business. Compression's back on. Thank you, Lord. Oh, yep. Sorry, I'm eating my rice cakes. That's weird. How's the laundry, Jackson? You do not. I have 2 accounts that I'm running right now, and I'm running them on the same computer. It does have to be a little bit more beefed up because it is running them in 2 separate memory things, uses a little more network, uses a little more memory. But yes, I'm running them on the same computer. So, and I believe the ones that are running, Kickin might be able to say if he's still awake. Kickin runs, I think, 4 or 5 accounts, and I think he runs them all on the same computer, but maybe not. Two works fine on the same computer. I don't know what the limit is. I think it's mostly memory. But yeah, now I'm wondering if maybe I don't have a bad chip after all. If maybe I just am too stupid to figure out that my chips are different sizes. Which would definitely be an XLAX smooth move of the week.
The asteroid is depleted.
So you can't spell moron without Ron. I can run up to 6 in potato mode. And my PC isn't that great, so. What do you mean by, I don't know what you mean by potato mode. Yeah, I think in the case of the video, it's only using the video once, but it's using the network, so there's got to be a little bit more network. All graphics disabled or on low. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, so now, yeah, I have mine. I'm using full graphics on both my accounts, but it's only using the graphics at one at a time. I don't have both of them up. Yeah, I guess I probably could. I have 2 screens. I have 2 widescreen monitors is what I use. And so yeah, I have mine up there. But yeah, it looks like Kickin might have fallen asleep. So I didn't even think about lowering the graphics, to be perfectly honest. That's probably not a bad idea. But yeah, I have a high-end, the most expensive component in mine is the graphics card. So, I spent $500 and put it together myself. And honestly, the graphics card is over half that. So, the hard drives I've had for quite a while, because I keep just taking my hard drive from the last computer and moving it over. I have a SSD, and so and then when I boot it up on the new computer, it says, hey, you know, does everything else. It says, hey, your system has changed, and it updates everything, which probably isn't the most efficient. And actually, I think I did that. This one is actually new. I think I installed this one new. But I do have the old hard drives in here as well. So I add them as extra drives. I have drive letters through, I think, F, G, H, I, no, up to M. I have drive letters up to M. I think I've got 4 hard drives in here. One of them's even like an old Western digital. So just waiting for it to die. But I have them all daisy chained in here. The main operating system runs off the SSD. And then I think I have a second SSD that runs my games. And then all the other stuff I have on the older ones. So my daughter is trying to email me something and is having trouble. I'm gonna check my spam blocker because maybe it got caught there, though I don't know why. But this is probably the very first thing she's ever emailed me, so that could be. I don't have her whitelisted yet. Yep, there it is. Yeah, her email address is sounds like a non-legitimate email address, and so it probably blocked it for that reason. So I'll whitelist her. So that explains that at least. Bum 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 bum. Alright. I had honestly never heard of potato mode, Lego. I apologize. Learn something new every day. There's my one for today. There's my one for today. And there's my email from my daughter. Yeah, like I said, I think that's probably the first time she's ever emailed me. Oh, no, it's not from her. That's weird. Oh, there it is. Yep. Yeah, so I need to add a new address. So yeah, I'll do that here in a bit. My granddaughter's birthday is in August. And my daughter is taking taking the family on a camping trip. Her and her fiance and the daughter, my granddaughter, are going on a camping trip. And so we were talking, I have all this camping gear here that I'm not using that would probably benefit them. So we looked at trying to ship it to them, because I'm probably not going to camp here. Let's be honest. I lugged it all the way here and I'm probably not going to camp here. But it was actually several $100s for me to ship it to them, where the cost to buy it new, and most of my stuff is older, Some of it 10 plus years old. So, so from that perspective, to buy it new is less than the cost to ship what I have. So it was just like, yeah, why don't I just buy you new? I'll contribute to your camping trip. So, and we'll call it a early Christmas and birthday gift. And she was like, okay, that works. So she's sending me the list. And so, but I actually have my Amazon set up to ship things to Philippines. So it's saying, hey, none of these items can be shipped to the Philippines. So yeah. Well, and the worst part is it takes forever. They're doing the trip, I think, September 1st. And even if I shipped it from here today, which it's, you know, the 31st of July here in the Philippines, she might not get it by September 1st. So yeah, they do have garage sales there. She's in New Mexico. But yeah, you don't want to buy like a sleeping bag from a garage sale, or, you know, she's looking at water filtration kits and walking sticks, and because they're doing hiking and stuff. And so the walking sticks I can see getting from a yard sale or something like that. But yeah, you don't want to buy, you know, a sleeping bag, you know. What was it? Have you guys seen the Amazon show Reacher? He buys all his stuff. So yeah. Oh, they don't have any garage sales here. No, they have what they call ukai stores, which are kind of like secondhand stores. What we would call thrift stores, I think, is what the equivalent is. And but that's kind of the closest. Yeah, it's weird. They don't do yard sales here. Now that you mention it. Everybody lugs everything from one place to the next, and maybe that's one I can actually inspire them. Maybe I can inspire them with, maybe we'll have a yard sale when we move out of this rental place. And so so that show Reacher always buys his clothes from the thrift store, everything except his underwear. And so, the beginning of the series, you know, for the season, he buys whatever clothes he wears for that whole season. And so, which kind of cracks me up. It's just like, I'm not that frugal. But yeah, I thought that was pretty cool, because that's like, yeah, now that's frugal. The bigger problem, I would think, is finding his size in a thrift store. Because yeah, that's he's not a standard size. He's a big guy. So yeah, and his toothbrush. He always has his underwear and his toothbrush. Yep, that's the only thing he carries. Which is one of those things. A toothbrush is pretty easy to, you know, replace, you know. But yeah, he's always got his toothbrush. So, but yeah, that's been a good show. I really enjoyed that. Had Anthony and Michael Hall, I think, in the last season. Which talk about somebody who's really changed. I remember Anthony Michael Hall in 16 Candles. It was Ted the Geek. In fact, that was one of the nicknames I had as a kid, was Ted the Geek, because of that show, because of that movie. And yeah, you barely recognize him now. If you didn't know it was Anthony Michael Hall, he's really, I mean, bulked up, and definitely doesn't look like he could have been the guy that played Ted the Geek. But yeah, that's a good show. We enjoyed that on Amazon. I actually set my Amazon account, my Amazon Prime, to cancel. And I don't think I'm going to do that, because we use Spotify, and I'm planning, when I add the music to the stream, to use Spotify. And so I don't want that to... I don't want that, because that's tied to that. And then I usually subscribe to at least one streamer with my Prime account. And so that way I kind of give back to the community as well. And so yeah, so from that perspective, I don't really want to give it up. I mean, the subscription's $5. The Spotify, I think if I pay for the Spotify without the Amazon, it's probably like $10. So, and I think that's the Prime's only costing me like $14, $15. So, I think I can justify it. The problem is I have to justify it to a Filipino wife, and that is a little more difficult. So, she's not falling for any of those scammer stuff. The gift cards are in the mail, sweetheart. Nothing to worry about. They're sending me gift cards. Don't worry about it. Yeah, she's not falling for that. But yeah, I gotta, in my Amazon account, I gotta put my daughter's address in there for the shipping. And then it'll actually let me look at these items correctly, because right now it's looking at them as whether I can send them to the Philippines or not, and I can't. Good morning, Drachenhort. Good to see you. We're actually mining if you want to join us after you get your coffee. It's actually just now afternoon where I'm at. 12:30. Lunchtime. I still haven't finished my breakfast yet, so. My neck. I got a kink in my neck. I need to get a good massage, but I'm not big on having women other than my wife touch me. Yeah. I think that's I always think of that as crossing a line. My wife's always like, hey, let's get a massage. I'm like, yeah. First of all, I don't want to see another man touching you. And second of all, I don't want another woman touching me. So let's just say we got a massage and leave it at that. I don't want a guy touching me either. So, but yeah, I could really use a good neck massage, to be honest. I got a kink in my neck. Every time I asked her to do it, she's always like, she touches me and that's it, you know? Man for you and a woman for her, yeah. Yeah, see, I'm not big on having a man touch me either. What was that? Are you guys Seinfeld? You guys like Seinfeld? I love Seinfeld, okay? Seinfeld, Friends, you know, those are my two go-tos, you know? And Seinfeld, there was the one with George where he had a male masseuse. And he said, I think it moved. And he said, no, I didn't move. He says, I think it moved. And that's kind of the way I am. It's like, too afraid of being turned on by a man. No. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Just not my thing. But yeah. But yeah. I think it moved. I remember they had a Seinfeld episode where they were joking around. They saw that some woman was listening to their conversation at the diner. And they saw some woman was listening to their conversation at the diner, eavesdropping. So they started talking like they were gay. Which I have a buddy that I would always go out to lunch with that would always do that. He would always pretend for the waitress that we were gay. And not that there's anything wrong with that. But yeah, so they pretended they were gay. It turns out she was a reporter. And she was actually doing a story on Jerry. And so then he tried to convince her that they weren't gay. And she finally got convinced that they weren't gay. And then Kramer bought him a phone that had 2 lines so he could switch between the lines. And so so she was talking to the reporter and she said, "Yeah, I'm not going to follow that angle, you know, and blah blah blah." And he says, "Oh, hold on, I got another call on the other line." And he switched over to George. And he told George, "Yeah, she's not going to go that route." He goes, "Oh, good, we fooled her." And he goes, "Yeah, we must have fooled her." And then he switched back and she's gone. And he's like, "Why is she gone?" You know, And so then he switches back to George, and George says, I heard everything you said on the other line. so after they convinced her, you know, that they weren't gay, then they joked about it again. And but yeah, that was kind of, anything bad that could happen to a person would happen to George Costanza. So but yeah, I love Seinfeld. Seinfeld's one of my favorites. Big Bang, Seinfeld, Big Bang, Friends. Love Friends, which is probably why I'm a huge Jennifer Aniston fan. But under no circumstances am I gonna chat with her thinking that she's in love with me. I'm a huge fan, but I'm not that gullible. These old double lines were so sketchy, could never get them to. Yep. And I remember that. You know, like I said, when you watch Seinfeld, it still applies to today, except for the corded telephone. You know, they see the corded telephone that he has. That's the only thing that's really changed in, you know, the last 20, 30 years, you know. I mean, we've had a lot of other things change, but when you look at it from the show's perspective, they really didn't go anywhere. They went to the cafe and they were at his apartment. That was it. They went to a couple restaurants, you know, but everything was still, you know, roughly the same because that's all they showed. I think every once in a while they were in the car, and Jerry actually had a car phone because I remember one time his car got stolen, and so they called the car phone and talked to the guy that stole his car. And so he said, "Did you steal my car?" He said, Yes, I did steal your car." He said, "Will you bring it back?" He said, No, I can't bring it back. I'm really enjoying it. I'm going to ride around in it for a while." But yeah, I think Jerry called his car phone and was like, "Hey, is this number such and such?" And the guy's like, "I don't know. I just stole the car." Like, really? Yeah, they were funny. Just funny. Yeah, I love Seinfeld. Love Seinfeld. But yeah. It's funny because Julia Louis-Dreyfus, I guess she played on that show Veep, and I never watched Veep, but they said it was pretty good too. They said it was pretty good too, but I never watched it. But she's pretty good. She was a great Elaine. And Kramer, oh my goodness gracious. Kramer was hysterical. All right, says we're back. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Sorry about that. Looks like my internet bottomed out. Freaking Starlink. Can you guys hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3. All right, maybe you guys don't hear me yet.
Connecting.
Testing. You guys hear me? It says there's 8 people. Of course, that's probably hasn't refreshed yet either. That's my counter.
Warp drive active.
Can you guys hear me? Testing. Reconnected. Maybe everybody fell asleep. Oh. I really need a massage on my neck. I don't know if I slept wrong or what. All right, Jackson. You probably can't hear me. Everyone's... Yeah, I don't see it. Wonder what's wrong with the chat. Let me close the chat and reopen. See if it refreshes. There it goes. I see it now. Yeah, so it must have been the chat was not. Yeah. Thank you for that, guys. All good. Yeah, can you guys give me another invite? Jackson, can you give me an invite? I made you boss. All good here. Respin, Moon down. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, sorry about that. Looks like the chat wasn't. Testing, testing. Yeah, I was doing a lot of testing. Sorry about that. There it is. Thank you, sir. Kragan needs one as well. Or actually, I might be able to invite Kragan. Yep. We got it. Back in business. Thank you for that, guys. Welcome back. Yeah, so it looks like my internet bottomed out. Well, I'm not sure why, but I lost the stream and both Eve clients. So yeah, it was definitely a little bit more than normal. So, but we're back. Respin, good to see ya. We're actually mining if you want to join us. Alright, so compression's on. I'm back to mining. Good. Alright. Compression's up. Stack. Back to mining. Man, my neck is really bugging me. Yeah, I might have to go get a... Get a massage. Take my wife with me. But yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why when it disconnected like that. Be right back, laundry. No worries, Jackson. I don't know why it disconnected like that. The chat did not say it was disconnected. But yeah, looks like I need to refresh the chat when that happens. So good thing to keep in mind going forward. Oh man, that... It's like right behind my ear. But yeah. Alright, we're back in business. Thanks for that. I'm going to need to swap out for Jackson here pretty soon anyway, so that'll work out. This Jackson, I know he's going to get some sleep. Poor guy's burning the candle at both ends. Anti-Charlotte, good to see ya. Thanks for being here. I'm curious if from a Twitch perspective, if it stayed together or if it actually made two. Nope, it did. It kept it all as one. Good. Excellent. Sometimes it actually makes me start another one or starts another one automatically. We're doing great. How are you doing? Glad to hear it. And thanks for joining the stream. Good to see you. We're just doing a mining event. Sorry, let me finish my rice cake so I'm not talking with my mouth full. I do a mining event with my viewers every Monday night, American time. Tuesday morning, Filipino time, which is where I'm located in the Philippines. And I missed it this week because of a power outage here in the Philippines. So now we're doing a whole week of mining events. So I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm all natural, so what you see is what you get. So I had a coworker who always told me I was a natural entertainer. I don't know if that's true or not, but I do have a lot of people that watch the stream that can't sleep, and they say my voice lures them to sleep. So whatever works, I'm happy to be of service. So, but yeah, if you want to join us mining, you're welcome to join us mining. We're in Ufine, which is in Galente space. I love my lurkers. I got a lot of lurkers. And I understand that. I usually have Twitch running all day. And very rarely do I chat. No worries, you're always welcome. As long as you entertain yourself, you're good. Yeah, I probably do too good of a job of that. I'm very good at self-entertainment. Sometimes I laugh at my own jokes, which is not really...
The asteroid is depleted.
And sometimes I laugh really hard at my own jokes, which is... My wife's like, what are you laughing about? I'm like, that was funny. I don't care who you are. Language barrier or not, that was funny. He's like, if you say so. But yeah, you're always welcome. We're open to everyone. We provide the boost. We provide the compression. And whatever minerals you take are yours to do with as you please. So yeah, we like to help out, give back to the community. And mining's always fun, more doable with friends. I have to mine because I'm I guess by default I'm an industrialist. And I have to mine for my projects, but mining by yourself is boring. So no, I actually have I'm multi-boxing right now, so I have the Kragan's over here doing the same thing. So I have 5 characters across 2 accounts. And so yeah, Kragan is one of the ones that's in the fleet with us here. And so, but yeah, so I'm multi-boxing. And my birthday's in a few days. Well, happy early birthday, Respin. Good to see ya. But yeah, I'm good ISK-wise. I will gladly donate my weight back to you. Oh, no worries, no worries. I'm good ISK-wise and mineral-wise. So yeah, so like I said, but I usually mine just for the building perspective, so I always have what I need. And then, but mining by yourself, I remember this character here, Falstaff, has been around for 22 years. So he was born, I don't know if you guys can see that. Yes, you can. He was born...
The asteroid is depleted.
He was born, Eve went live on Memorial Day weekend 2003, and he was born 4 months later. So I mined back in the old days when you were mining and you fell asleep mining and you got blown up by rats and you woke up to your ship exploding in your ears type of thing. So yeah, 17, that's a good one. Yeah, he's the oldest one I have. He's my main. The other ones, I think, are 10 years or more. I think 10. I think they're all 10 and below. And I have one that I just started a couple months ago. So, for PI. So, which he's not doing any PI now. So, yeah. I started him for PI, but he's not doing PI now. He's just training skills, so. But yeah, but she is totally faction warfare for the state. There you go. I haven't done any faction warfare, so BS mining was fun back then. Yeah, I remember battleship mining. That was, yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of getting away, you know. I think that's when the gankers were born, because they realized these guys can't get away. But yeah. Yeah, you really never had to worry about gankers back in the old days. You just had to worry about the rats blowing you up while you were asleep. So I fell asleep many a night mining. Many a night. So yep. I just started an Explorer, got into Signal Cartel, so yep. Oh, sorry, ads are on. Yep, Signal Cartel, that's a good one. Oh, man. Yeah, I need to figure out what's going on with this. This is bugging me. Yeah, that's our in-game channel. So if you guys want, you join that. That's how we kind of set up the mining events and stuff. That's where we do the invites from and all that kind of stuff. So if you want to get in the fleet, that's usually the easiest way. Unfortunately, this Hulk fills up too quick. Lego just logged off. Well, I'm headed to bed. Have a great stream. Thanks, Lego. Appreciate ya. Sleep well. You're welcome to leave me on in the background to lure you to sleep if you want. If that works. That doesn't work for everybody. But if it works for you, you're welcome to use it. Oh, man. That thing is really bugging me. Yeah, it's right there. Bone right behind my ear. You will like this ship. The Nestor. I'll check that out. Battleship. Oh, that is a nice ship. That's one. That's the same one that the Asteros made. The same group from that one. Yeah, that's a nice one. I'll have to check that one out. I'll have to check that one out. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm always looking for new ships. That's kind of the problem in Eve. There's always a new ship. There's always something new. But yeah, a battleship that does exploration, that would be really nice. And it's a drone chimp. I like that. I like that. Because that's my other problem, is that my other exploration ships are not very good at defending themselves. So People always pick me off. That's what I don't like. That's what I don't like. That's what I don't like. Raph gave one of those away today. Excellent. Yeah, I may have to look at that one. I found, though, that those ones are the ones that are really, really expensive to build. They're actually cheaper to buy than they are to build. Which shocks me. Because they're the only ones I think I've found that are cheaper to buy than they are to build. There you go. Thanks, Charlotte. Sovereign Seeker. Yeah, let me save that fit. I got everything needed for it. So that's a good fit. Which is nice. That is my CEO of the Corp. There you go. Raph, yep. Yeah, that's a nice looking ship. Good streamer too. Raph is a good streamer. Yeah, Raph was one of the ones I checked. Swears like a sailor. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, a lot of streamers do, unfortunately. A lot of streamers do. Yeah, a lot of streamers do. Man, that bugs me. But yeah, a lot of streamers do. It's probably it may be the one job you can do and swear like a sailor, and sometimes that's considered good. One of the first streamers I watched was Italics. And I mean, this guy, I saw him on a charity stream. He had 1,000, probably 1,000 plus subscribers. I mean, we did a charity stream, or I was watching a charity stream, that one that I was in last year, the RimWorld charity stream for Doctors Without Borders, and he was in it last year as well. But the year that I saw it the first time, he was in it, and I think they raised $400,000, and I think he raised $300,000 by himself, and then everybody else raised the other 100,000. I mean, he wasn't able to play the game because for 4 hours it was just donation after donation after, because he had so many. But yeah, he was and he was great in the charity stream. Didn't swear. But I followed him, and then I started watching him when he was playing in his regular streams, which were like 8 hours a day. And oh my goodness, he swore left and right. And I was like, and he's a young, I guess he's a younger. He's probably in his 30s, so younger than me. But yeah, and I was kind of shocked because I was like, man, that's a whole lot different. But I'm, in the charity stream, I'm sure they were like, keep it clean. But yeah, I was in the Marines, and on my best day, I couldn't match her. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, Raph was one of the ones I watched when they suggested Twitch actually suggested I stream Eve. And I was like, I used to play Eve. And she was one of the ones I caught. And I was like, but yeah. But now she's actually opposite schedule to me. So. Or I should say probably the same schedule as me, because we seem to be streaming around the same time. So I never catch her. That's like Steve's Haven. I always want to catch his. And he's always streaming the same time as me, so. Tomorrow is her last day. Her last day on Twitch. Oh, is she switching to Kick? I have not even checked out Kick. Somebody suggested it, and I have not checked it out. But and I guess a lot of Twitch streamers are moving to Kick. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, it's better for streamers for sure. But I wonder because Twitch claims they don't make any money. They claim that they're losing money. And I don't know how that's possible because they take half of everything that the streamer makes. So, you know, that doesn't seem possible. So that's where Kick kind of gets me, is if they're not taking half, they're giving a lot more to the streamer who's doing the work. How are they able to survive if Twitch, you know, is losing money? So one of them's wrong, and I don't believe it's Kick, because they wouldn't even be able to start up with that if that was the case. So Twitch has always been, questionable. There's always some kind of rounding error on my stuff, which I'm always like, hey, you said it was going to be this, and then when I actually get it, it's not, and I'm like, okay, what happened there? It's a rounding error. Rounding error? But yeah, I don't do it for that. I truly enjoy streaming, so yeah, I truly enjoy streaming, and so I got into it primarily because I was going to be playing games in the evenings when I was working anyway, and so streaming the games was kind of a no-brainer. So, and I wanted something to do in my retirement so that I wasn't bored, and I had a lot of people retire from the bank where I worked, and 6 months later they were dead because they waited too long to retire, and then they didn't have anything to do in their retirement, so they just didn't have anything to kind of look forward to. So yeah, so from that perspective, I was wanting to make sure I had something to do. So, but yeah, it was kind of a normal one. So, love to talk more about that. We can definitely talk about it. I have not researched the details on Kick. Somebody here has mentioned it several times, and I just haven't got around to it. All right, last load in the dryer, bedtime. Got 3 hours in. Bring on the porp. Okay, let me go swap them out.
The asteroid is depleted.
Let me go swap them out. I will be right back with the porp.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, I love streaming. I love, it's funny, my wife's like, I never leave the house. So every once in a while we go to the mall or whatever, but I very rarely leave the house. Take the dog out. That's about it. And that's only in the front yard. You know, we actually planted grass so she would have somewhere to go to the bathroom because they don't do grass here. But anyway, and she's like, you don't feel like you're shut in, that you're missing out on things? And I'm like, no, I get all my social interaction from my stream. And so I'm good, you know? And so yeah, so it's kind of funny because I'm like, now I'm getting more enough social interaction from my stream, so I'm good. Made a lot of good friends here. The community that I have is fantastic. Don't have any real problematic people, thank God. And so yeah, so it actually works out pretty good. So all right, let's grab my porp. I just filled it up with fuel, so we should be good. Yep, already did it. All right, I'm on my way. All right, that's gone. But yeah, it was kind of a no-brainer, to be honest. It was a huge setup, which I was not fond of.
Warp drive.
Getting my OBS set up and everything to be able to stream that first time was a nightmare. And I started it at one point and stopped because I was like, this is too much work. I mean, and then finally, I guess one of my coworkers, you guys met Nick, Hog, and Hal. He's the one who kind of pushed me to do it, and I kind of pounded through getting all the panels and stuff set up with my first panels, which were pretty crappy, and started streaming, and I've never looked back. It was pretty good. Been enjoying it ever since. So booster up, Jackson, if you want to cut out. I got boost and the compression up, so we should be good. Thanks for boosting. Appreciate it. Your boosts are definitely better than mine. Asteroid is depleted again. Nah, we appreciate it, Jackson. You're awesome. In case I don't tell you that enough, you're awesome. And we as a community appreciate you. And if you want, you're welcome to join us again tomorrow night. So we will be here again tomorrow night. Maybe we'll try and get some Empire belts in, though. I didn't even check if they were close today. Yeah, 10 jumps. And I'm pretty sure that's through low sec. I remember Steget before. So yeah, not really close. So maybe they'll be closer tomorrow. So we'll check it out. We'll check her out. So. We'll go for the trifecta tomorrow night. There you go. Closest was 7 jumps today so far. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I hadn't checked earlier. I should have checked earlier, but man, this thing is really bugging me. Never had a pain there before, except when the wife hit me with a frying pan. Ba-bum bump. That's usually where she hits me. Oh. Where'd my asteroid go? Where'd my asteroid go? I picked the one asteroid. Didn't hang around. Well, that's totally uncool. Good night, Jackson. Thanks again. Appreciate it. Thanks for the boost. Thanks for everything. Abigail's hanging out at the door. What's going on, Abigail? What is it? I saw your tail wag. Your tail never wags. Saw your tail wag. Your tail never wags. And tail never wags. So yeah, I think we lost kicking. No, Kicken's still here. But maybe he fell asleep. Kicken's notorious for falling asleep. Yep. Kicken's notorious for falling asleep. Kicken's the main reason I have fireworks here in Eufine. I think it's gotten to the point, though, even the fireworks won't wake him up. Poor guy works his butt off. Poor guy works his butt off. Though he did say he just got back from a vacation. So that was good to hear. All right. Breakfast is finally done at 1:07. Yeah, we got about a half hour, 45 minutes left. What are you doing? You want to say hi? You want to say hi? Well, oh my goodness. Oh, you cooled off now. Yeah, you're nice and cool now. Nice and cool. You want to say hi? Hey, hi. Hi, Uncle Al. Hi, Uncle Jackson. Hi. Hi, Uncle Jerry Can. Sweetheart. You're my sweetheart. You're my sweetheart. Yep. You're my sweetheart. I got you. I got you. Come on. Oh, let's find it. See if we can find a spot where you can sit here. There we go. So you can still see. Yep. I know. Yeah, unfortunately my wife woke up last night around 4 in the morning and started crying about Benedict. So for those of you who don't know, before we left America, about a month before we left America, we had another dog, Benedict, that developed the IDDP, the back problem that dachshunds develop. And we had to have him put down. And, we could have paid the 20+ grand surgery or have him put down. So we had him put down. And yeah, my wife, it was my wife's first pet ever. And so she still, from time to time, still has some overwhelming grief concerning Benedict. So she woke up last night very upset about Benedict, very mad at me, which I'm okay with her blaming me for it, but yeah, so that was and she thinks that I don't miss him, and I'm like, no, I definitely miss him. We actually, when we were away on Tuesday, when we were at the mall, so the mall's here, so that's another one I don't think I've ever mentioned. One of the reasons we can take Abigail with us is here in the Philippines, the malls are all pet friendly. So you can bring your pet into the mall. The only thing they require is that you put a diaper on them, which we don't do. We should, but we always have Abigail in a stroller. And so she has her own baby stroller that she rides around in, because Abigail doesn't like to walk. She's a very lazy dog. And so, my goodness, that one disappeared again. All right, let's try this one. But yeah, so while we were there Tuesday, somebody was there that had a dachshund that was very similar to Benedict. And so I think that's what kind of spawned this morning. Because seeing that's the first thing she said. Oh my goodness, he looks like Benedict. His coloring, he was a black dachshund, but he was a long hair, but his face was very similar to Benedict's. And so yeah, so it hit me hard because I was like, and so yeah, we stopped her and I got to pet him, and it was a boy dog, and she got to see Abigail, and so, but yeah. So yeah, I knew the first pet is always the hardest. And I knew it was going to be hard on her. I just didn't expect. He was only 6, so he was way too young for us to have lost him. But yeah, I think it worked out because he's in a better place. Number one, he's not in pain, because he was in a lot of pain. It deteriorated very rapidly, and if we had, he was heavier, which is one of the reasons I think he developed it, which is why I'm trying to convince my wife to not feed Abigail so much, because I don't want her to have the same problem. But yeah, he was heavier, so we would not have been able to carry him in the cabin with us. So he would have had to ship as cargo, which is very dangerous for the dogs. And if he'd have developed a problem during that trip, he probably would not have been properly cared for. And so we don't always know why things happen, but we miss him. And so he was probably he was my favorite dog of all the dogs I've ever had. And so, which I probably shouldn't say with Abigail listening, but she don't care. Abigail was not a Benedict fan, so she's the only one that's not upset by him not being around. She likes being the only dog. But yeah. So the wife's still having quite a bit of trouble processing that, so. Yeah, she was pretty pissed at me last night, so. Nunu, I see you in game. If you're on the stream, welcome from the Philippines to Italy. Yeah, I got this pain that's why I'm thinking I got this pain behind my neck, is because I got woke up at 4 a.m. to her bawling. And I don't know that I ever really got back to sleep. And I might have laid on it wrong because I was trying to comfort her. But yeah, that's hard, losing a pet. Especially your first. I remember my first to this day, and that was 40 years ago. And I still remember my first pet that I lost. So yeah. But that was the first pet she's ever had, and so yeah, so I don't know how she's going to be when Abigail, As I told her, nobody gets out alive. The end is always the same. Inevitably always the same. So yeah, from that perspective, I have to figure out how we're gonna deal with that. No. But yeah. Oh, you know what? Yeah. I forgot I was doing Plague with Falstaff. So now we've got those all sitting out here. Let's switch back over to those. And the vets are pricey. Yeah, so that's where it started. So I took him to the vet on Friday. Friday's when he started limping. I took him to the vet on Friday. They said it was his IDPP or IDPP, IDDP. I can never remember what it was. Something displacement, dispersia, I don't know. But they said they thought that's what it was. They gave him some medicine. They said this might help, some kind of muscle relaxant type of thing. And pretty much sent us home. But they told me then that it was probably 10 grand for the surgery. And so I was like, okay. And so then I had a bowling tournament. So I left Saturday afternoon and drove to Omaha. Was it Omaha? Wichita, I think. Drove to Wichita. And actually, no, I rode with one of the other guys to Wichita. But either way, I went to Wichita. And then we bowled Saturday night and Sunday morning, and then came back Sunday afternoon, got back Sunday evening. And he had deteriorated. He could not even stand up. And so I rushed him to the emergency vet, who said they wanted to keep him overnight for observation, but they thought it was IDPP, you know. They said the same thing. It was $2,000 for them to keep him overnight, which I paid. And have their neurologist look at him in the morning. And then, but they told me that it was going to be 20 grand for the surgery. And they said, but you might be able to find some place that would do it cheaper. I'm like, okay, well, if that's something I'm going to do, it's not really one of those where I want to be cheap. Okay. You usually don't cut corners when you're talking about surgery. So, but yeah, so, you know, we were literally a month from retiring. And so, but yeah, the neurologist called us in the morning, pretty much told us the same thing the emergency room vet told us, which I was disappointed in, because I'm like, why'd I pay $2 grand if you're just going to tell me the same thing? She instead said, no, it's probably going to be 30 grand plus for the surgery. And I said, well, that's what I'm wondering. It cost me $2 grand for him to stay overnight so you could see him. I mean, he's gonna have to at least be, you know, in the hospital for a couple days, I would assume. And if it's, you know, $2,000 overnight, you know, she's like, yeah, you're talking 30 plus. And so that's when I asked, well, what about our options? And so, you know, they're like, well, you know, you can have him put to sleep. But they suggested bringing him home for a week and seeing if he got better. And I said, well, are you going to change his medication? Are you going to prescribe something different? Are we going to do anything different? Because he's been on the medication all weekend and he's gotten drastically worse. So, you know, my wife had to see that. I wasn't here or wasn't there, but I said my wife had to see that, and so she did not want him coming home because she didn't want to have to see him suffer more. And so we were like, okay. And so I said, well, it's probably just better to pull the Band-Aid off. And so I was with him at the end. I had to give him credit. They had a container of Hershey Kisses. So the one thing he never got from me was chocolate. And so I said to him, I'm assuming since, you know, this is the end, it's chocolate's okay. They said, yeah, it's the one time they can have chocolate because it's not going to kill him because, you know. And so I probably gave him 20 Hershey Kisses, for crying out loud, that poor fat guy. But he loved every one of them. He sucked them right down. But I was with him at the end, and my wife didn't want to be there. She was at the vet with me. Abigail was at the vet with us. But then after after he was gone, she wanted to see him, which I didn't think was a good idea. But she insisted, demanded. One thing about a Filipino wife, when she demands, no. So yeah, so we took her in and she saw him and she screamed bloody murder. Just everybody in the hospital the vet hospital was like, oh my goodness. I mean, she was screaming. I had to literally carry her out. She collapsed in the parking lot. I had to pick her up, put her in the car. And yeah, so, and everybody deals with grief in different ways, you know, so, but yeah, she looks at me and she's like, seems like you don't even care. And I'm like, no, when I saw that dog on Tuesday, it hit me really hard, really hard. They said, but, you know, nothing's going to be accomplished by sitting here and crying about it. You know, we did what we had to do. We didn't let him suffer. I had a dachshund many years ago. My first dachshund. And he lived to be 16 years old. And I had to have him put to sleep while I was going through the divorce. And so I literally took him to the vet, I think 4 or 5 times to have him put down. Because his body had just deteriorated so bad. He was so old. But each time I couldn't bring myself to do it. And so they would give him some painkillers. They would give him some other drugs to see if that would help. They'd send him home and he'd be good for a couple days. And then he was back to having problems. And so he really suffered needlessly because I wasn't able to let him go. And I swore that I would never do that again. And so I had another dog. I had another dog at the same time as him, Ben. We've talked about this on stream a couple times, but Ben hated Sebastian. So Sebastian was my first dachshund. And Ben hated Sebastian. Ben was a dachshund as well. And he hated Sebastian. He just terrorized Sebastian left and right. And so I thought Ben would be fine when I had to have Sebastian put down. But from the time I had Sebastian put down, Ben would not eat. I mean, I tried to feed this dog steak. I mean, raw steak, cooked steak. I tried everything. He would not eat. Just refused to eat. He was devastated because the dog that he harassed 24/7 was not there to harass. And so I had to have him put down less than a month later because he just would not eat. And so after I had the two of them put down within a month of each other, I was like, yeah, I'm not having any more dogs. I can't do it. I was going through a divorce, so I was already having, horrible separation anxiety from my kids. And now I lost both my dogs, and yeah, so it was probably one of the lowest points in my life. And so I said, yeah, I'm not gonna have any more dogs. And so then when her and I got together, we were together for a good 13 years before she finally suggested that we get a dog. And it made sense. I mean, from our perspective, it didn't make sense for us to get a dog early in our relationship because we were, that's weird. Why is it not compressing that? Because we were traveling back and forth to the Philippines every 2 years. So, the boarding alone killed us anytime we took any trips. I mean, when we went on our cruise to Hawaii for 2 weeks, the boarding killed us. I mean, it was almost as much as a cruise to board the 2 dogs. So yeah, so from that perspective, it was a good thing we didn't have dogs back then. But I am a dog lover. I love dogs through and through. And dachshunds are definitely my favorite. And every dachshund I have ever had has been diagnosed with IDPP. And Benedict was the first one that actually had it. They were all diagnosed with it, but none of them ever turned out to actually have it. It's kind of the go-to that the vets say when you have a dachshund. If you have a dachshund, they're going to say it's a back problem, no matter what. Even Abigail said she had a back problem, and she didn't. So yeah, we figured out what the problem was, and it wasn't a back problem. So, and it was temporary, and it was taken care of. So, but yeah, it's kind of their go-to for the vets because it is a common thing with the dachshunds because of the way they're structured. The my vet said it was their structural flaw. So if they were a car, they would have been recalled for it a long time ago. But yeah, but like I said, I've had 6 dachshunds, counting Abigail, and they were all diagnosed with IDPP at one point in time, and Benedict was the only one that actually had it. And so yeah, I was skeptical when they said it was IDPP. I thought maybe he just twitched his back, and that maybe the muscle relaxers would help. Unfortunately, I went away for the bowling tournament, which my wife is very upset about because I wasn't there when he needed me most, and so because of that, she kind of blames me, which I'm okay with. Got to blame somebody, you know. And so in those cases, it was I wasn't there, and so that was hard on her, very hard on her, because she had to watch him suffer. And so, yeah, when they suggested us bringing him home for a week, I was all in favor of that. I was even on my way to the vet to pick him up and bring him home. And I didn't think it would do any good. But, you know, I wanted to spend more time with him. That's kind of my thing. And my wife was like, she called me while I was on the way and was like, no, we can't do that. I can't see him that way. And I understood, you know. And having been guilty of making the dog suffer for me in the past, I didn't want that to happen again. I mean, Sebastian was a fantastic dog. Fantastic dog. But yeah, Benedict is the one that really wrapped his tail around my heart. So, Sebastian's a close second. So, Sebastian was like a red color, like a Irish setter color. It's just a beautiful dog. And he was not heavy. Benedict was heavy, so I think that's probably why I felt closer to Benedict, is because him and I were more alike. He was a fat bastard like his dad, so he was a fat bastard like his dad. We got some rats inbound. But yeah. Okay, I said F. Seriously? What's up, Nunu? Good to see ya. If you're in the stream, you're probably not in the stream. Sorry. These guys taken care of. But yeah, so I do miss Benedict. My wife doesn't see it because one thing, I'm also trying to be strong for her, because one of us has got to hold it together. And so but yeah, poor kid. But yeah, I knew it was going to be hard. That was one of the things I said was, you know, the end's always the same, trying to deal with that. But we actually called some friends of ours that I think they've had 16 dachshunds. And we asked them if they had ever had the surgery. And, you know, how many they had that actually ended up with it. And they were kind of the same as us. I think out of 16, I think they had 2 or 3 that ended up with it. And they had actually done the surgery with one of them. And the dog ended up dying a month after the surgery from cancer. And so it was kind of like, okay, you know, he's like, yeah, so we decided at that point that we would never do the surgery again. Because, you know, they're just, you know, they have a limited lifespan, you know. And the problem, I had asked the emergency room doctor, from the perspective, since he was diagnosed with IDPP at 6 years old. I said, if we have the surgery, what's his chances that, they've got 27 discs. I said, what's the chances that one of the other discs are going to have the same problem? Because what happens is the disc bulges and ends up bulging outside of the spinal column, causes it to pinch a nerve, and then they can't move. And that's what he was. He was paralyzed in the back and his back legs. And he said, very good. He said the fact that it's already happened and he's only 6 years old means that it's a good possibility that it could happen again. He said, but that's no guarantee that it will. And I said, yeah. I said, but, average-wise, statistic-wise, it usually doesn't happen to them until they're much older, when you're also more attached. Of course, I don't know that I could have been any more attached to Benedict. Benedict, I called him my bestest buddy in the whole world, and he was. Now you guys are gonna get me crying. I used to sing to him, and he would, when I didn't know where he was in the house, he would hide. And I would sing to him, and I would sing, where, oh, where has my little dog gone? Oh, where can he be? And he would come running like a bat out of hell. And it was just kind of our thing. I actually sang that the other day because we couldn't find Abigail, and yeah, Abigail didn't come running. She kept hiding where she was. She was like, yeah, screw you. Abigail's Miss Antisocial. I love Abigail dearly, but yeah, she doesn't like dogs. She doesn't like people. She's the only dog I've ever met that way. But God bless them. They have such unique personalities. It's kind of great. But yeah, Benedict, he was one of a kind. So, but yeah, my wife sees my holding it together as not missing him, and so she's a little angry with me, which I'm okay with. She's got to be angry with somebody. When these kind of things happen, there's no one to blame, and you gotta blame somebody. So I understand that. So I'm okay being the target. But yeah, when we saw that dog on Tuesday, I was like, oh man, he looked so much like Benedict just in his face. Beautiful dog, and he was not overweight, which was also really nice. That was something that didn't look like Benedict. Benedict was 21 pounds. He's supposed to be 10. So, and no matter how hard I tried, I cut that dog's food so darn bad, I thought I was starving him, but his mom would always sneak him stuff, and yeah, I think I got him over the course of 2 years. I probably got him to lose 2 or 3 pounds, but that was it. But yeah, so he was more prone to it, being overweight. So, but yeah, it was still hard. So. Sorry, got a little sappy there for a minute. Sometimes it helps to show that we have a heart, right? I think that's what dogs are. Dogs are truly, that's where, that's proof to me that there are angels, is the dogs, because that's unconditional love if I've ever seen it. Benedict, when I would come home, he would run and be so excited to see me. I could have been gone 5 minutes or 5 months. Didn't matter. He was always so excited to see me. It was, yeah. Abigail, she doesn't care whether we leave or not. Actually, now she does, because we can't leave her. But yeah. She's become very spoiled. You can't even leave her in the house. So yeah, when we go to church on Sundays, we have to have somebody watch her, because we can't take her to church. So yeah, so that's kind of rough. But it is nice that so many things here in the Philippines are pet friendly. So the mall, all the pets are welcome in the mall. I haven't found a mall yet where they're not welcome. And then the malls and the restaurant, they will seat you. They seat you outside in the hallway of the mall, but yeah, you're still in the, and we usually have such a big group that works out better anyway. So, but yeah, so we've been pretty lucky there. We did sit in one restaurant near my sister-in-law's house the first week we were here, where we had her in the crate, the soft crate that we flew on the airplane with. We had her in the crate, and we were in the restaurant, and they had no idea we had a dog. And so when they figured out we had a dog, they were like, "Oh yeah, you're not allowed to have dogs in here." So, but they were like, "Yeah, just go ahead and finish your meal. It'll be okay." Because I was like, "Oh, I'll go outside with her." And they're like, No, that's okay. That's okay." So they were really cool about it. But yeah, I think that's the only place we found that was like not pet friendly. So, but it was a really good restaurant. So, but yeah, I've thought about getting another dachshund. They're a little harder to find here in the Philippines, but they are available. Unfortunately, I don't know who's a good breeder and who isn't, which is kind of a problem. We had a breeder that we got both Abigail and Benedict from, that I trusted, and so yeah, so that'll be a little bit more difficult. But at this point, I don't know. Abigail might be better staying at home if there was another dog with her. I think she gets lonely. Where Benedict, he was home by himself for a very long time before we got Abigail. So so from that perspective, he was used to being home by himself. He didn't like it, but he was okay with it. So, but yeah, sleep time. All right, Respin, take care, buddy. Appreciate ya. I'm actually gonna be logging off here in a couple minutes. We got about 10 more minutes. We'll be back on tomorrow. If you want to join us, you're always welcome. Appreciate you being here. I'm getting kind of sappy now anyway, so it probably is a good time to stop. Yep, Respin, have a great night. I may as well start checking to see who we're going to raid. I got no idea. We didn't get a single raid tonight. Not one. Which is fine. Some days you get the goose, and some days the goose gets you. Alright, so I see zeros out there. Oh, no. It says zeros out there, but I don't see them in the list. That's really weird. Oh, there he is. Yeah, I think maybe we'll do either Zero's only got 2 people watching him, so I think probably be better to give him some love. Badman Larry, Ghosty Gaming. Badman Larry's got 65. Ghosty Gaming's got 90, and then Spectre Void, he's got 23. So yeah, Zero's definitely low man on the poll there. So not that we got a whole lot, but yeah, let's do Zero. Let's do Zero. But yeah, we'll get a few more minutes. By the time I edit out the 10 minutes for the starting section, I always try to keep it at least at 4 hours or more. And so, unfortunately, I don't know who watches a 4-hour stream though. That's got to be a grind. Chris, I don't understand the other ones that do 8 hours or 12 hours. You know, that's a long time. That's a long time. But yeah, like we were talking about Taxel earlier, I think he does like between 10 and 12 hour streams. And so yeah, that's some heavy streaming. So, but I appreciate you guys. I watch multiples all day long. There you go. Yeah, like I said, I usually have them on in the background. The problem I have is I can't watch a stream of the game that I'm playing. Because if I do that, so Eve is a perfect example. If I'm watching a streamer, which most of them are PvPers, I hear their shield alarm and their armor alarm and other things on their stream, and I think it's happening in my, game, and I'm like, oh shit, and I kind of panic, and so I try to watch different games. So if I'm playing Eve, I'll watch, Ark, or if I'm playing Ark, I'll watch Eve, kind of thing, because otherwise I hear it's the same thing with Ark. I think I was watching Ark the other day while I was playing Ark, and I kept hearing this dinosaur sound like it was attacking me. And I'm like, I'm not seeing it. And it was on the stream that I was watching. So I was like, okay, now I get it. So yeah, you get the same sound effects. And my limited brain can't tell them apart. So. But yeah, doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of streamers out there tonight. So it looks like, we got another wreck out here that I didn't see. Well, let me get that cleaned up. I can't leave that out there. I'll clean it up after myself. But yeah, I usually try the CCP thing. So in July, I was watching CCP a lot to try and get all the drops. And I think I cleaned up on quite a few. But yeah, I've also been watching a lot of RimWorld. So RimWorld is a game that I streamed, and it's also the one that I do for the charity event in November. And so we may start doing some RimWorld streams once we get to where we're doing a regular week thing. Maybe I'll do RimWorld on Fridays. But yeah, RimWorld just had a big update that they came out with that added a lot of new content, and so that's one I really enjoy. So it has Twitch connection. Yep. Yeah, the 7 Days to Die has a Twitch connection as well, and I've been meaning to try that out, because that would be a good one where you guys can actually do things to add to the game, so you're kind of more involved, which is kind of nice. Yeah, because that's always something. Yeah, make polls and let us mess your game if we choose. There you go. Yeah, for RimWorld in 7 days. Yeah. The RimWorld one, the new content they added is actually you're kind of a spaceship, and so it's landed on the planet, and you gotta go to different places and find components to make the spaceship bigger, and keep going and picking up more components, and that's kind of along my line. So one note to RimWorld. Yeah. And crowd control on top of that. Yeah, exactly. That's my problem with RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are really close. I end up getting too many characters and starts really bogging down. So you have to update the mod for the Twitch connection as well, or it will not connect. Nope, that makes sense. Yeah, I'll check into that mod, because I didn't realize there was one for RimWorld, but I'll check into that. I'm gonna add that to my list. And Al, I'm going to bring that ship out for you. So RimWorld mod for Twitch. Of course, that'll work as long as I don't switch to Kick, huh? I guess, though, RimWorld has a huge mod base, so they probably are working on one for Kick. So there he is. I can get you that if you want. Yeah, if you can send me a link, that'd be great. Just send it to me in Discord, and I'll download it, or it's spot in the stream. Yep. Yeah, because that RimWorld is one I definitely want to play it some, so that I'm considered for the charity event again in November, and so I want to make sure. So yeah, we're gonna raid Zero Chronos. He only had 2 people watching him when I saw, so I'm just giving it a couple more minutes. I'm gonna finish off these 2 asteroids, and then we'll call it. So yeah, if you guys make sure you compress, because I'm gonna shut that down here in a little bit. It's actually got away. So Discord go beep. Yep. Yeah, it went beep several times today, and I went over to it, and it was all Omega stuff. So, all right, thanks for that. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. I'm also going to look at Kick, because if Raph's going to Kick, that's a pretty good sign. So, yep, I saw it. Thanks, Seth. But yeah, that's a nice thing with RimWorld. They got such a huge mod base that yeah, they probably would work on a mod for Kick pretty quick. So, but yeah, we'll check that out. Oh, and there's the ad. So we'll wait till once the ads are over, we'll go ahead and call it. I didn't realize the ads were coming up so quick. Oop. Yeah, thanks for that, Seth. Appreciate it. Yeah, Discord server. If you guys aren't on the Discord server, I know Al and Seth are. Make sure you get on Discord server. That's where I put any announcements if I have to cancel or anything like that. I haven't quite figured out how to do that in Twitch. So yeah. So maybe that's another good reason to switch to another platform. I have to see if the OBS connects to Twitch or Kick, sorry. So you don't, yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, so without a Discord server, you guys wouldn't know. I just wouldn't show up, which I think is pretty bad. So you do it through a coordinated system. Okay. Yeah. Discord goes through Stream Elements. Okay. Yep. Yeah, and I have Stream Elements for a lot of my stuff, so. I have Stream Elements for a lot of my stuff, so. Bum, 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 bum. Anti-Charlotte. Good to see you in there. Sorry I didn't get you earlier. Rolls. There you go. Yeah, I didn't see the second one you sent, Seth. I heard it, but I didn't see it. Yeah, Anti-Charlotte sent that other one. That was back at 1 o'clock, so that's been a while. Sorry about that, Anti-Charlotte. Sorry I didn't catch it earlier. Oh, I thought you sent a second one. There was one nice thing about Kick. You got that set up, yeah. There's one nice thing about Kick. What second one? Oh, no. Yeah, I thought you sent a second one that was the thing. No, I'm good. I'm still here. Porpoise move up successful. There you go. Good job, Caviar. Appreciate you being here. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm still connected. Or did Kragan? Maybe Kragan. Oh, Kragan got lost. Well, that's weird. Or excuse me, Falstaff got lost. Yeah, Kragan's still on. So Kragan's still on. So yeah. That's weird. Well, at least the stream didn't drop. Let me go log Falstaff back in again. So yeah, you guys are probably gonna lose the things there. The nice thing about Kick is no ads. Yeah, that would be nice. Though I think the only revenue I make is ad revenue, so.
Depleted.
No, actually, it didn't even have enough time to warp me away, so that's good. Problem is, I don't know who it's going to promote. Maybe it promoted Kragan. Hopefully. Got it to my NPC solve station. Good job, good job, good job. Yeah, so I reconnected, but I'm not part of the fleet. So let's see. Is Kragan, can he add me? Let's look at the fleet. So yes, he is the commander. Excellent, so I can add him in. Invite the fleet, fleet commander. There we go. Boom. All right. Oop. Oh, come on. If I didn't have 27 windows open, it might work better, but yes. So there you go. You guys should have the boost back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I wasn't on that screen when it disconnected, so that's why I didn't see it. Sorry about that, Seth. And it's weird. I don't know how it disconnected Falstaff but left the other one on. So yeah, let's get ready for the raid. I'm going to go ahead. Let me check and make sure 0 is still on. Because if I had a nickel for all the times I raided somebody who had just logged off, we'd be well off. So yeah, so let's go ahead and raid 0. So yeah, thanks for watching. We are going to be back on tomorrow doing some more mining to make up for the missed mining event, so everybody's welcome to join. And let me get the raid. Unfortunately, I got to watch these raids because if I don't pay attention, it'll go ahead and raid while I'm still in the middle of talking. Jerry Can, love you, buddy. Thanks for being here. Caviar, sethgstewart, almonxy, appreciate you guys. Anti-Charlotte, if you're still on there, appreciate you. Drachenhort, appreciate you guys. I'm gonna shut down the compression, so make sure you guys compress your last one.
The asteroid is
All right,
depleted.
perfect timing. I just finished that last asteroid, so cool beans. WINGEDOGtv. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. And actually, the raid's getting ready to go. So you guys have a great day, night, whatever it is for you. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks again. And take care. Fly safe.